All right, welcome everyone to a special edition here from the West Coast Pop. My name is Zach from West Coast Popcast. Join me here is Mr. Kyle Bruehl from I Know Movies and You Don't. How you doing, Kyle?
So I'm
Beautiful.
doing
It's all right.
okay.
We are going to do a watch along to Zack Snyder's Justice League. If you can, prime it up to total zero here on the countdown here, where it says this film is presented in 4:3 format. Um, you have anything to say
Yeah,
about that?
already warning flags. Those are red flags. A 4-3. If it just to give everyone some perspective, if you most films are not in that. Usually when they are, they're like First Cow or The Nightingale. It's meant to have like an intimacy or an interior. This is like an epic film. Why is it in 4-3? This is gonna be interesting.
Well, it might hit us viscerally like Nightingale did. Who knows? All right. So get ready. I'm going to do a countdown. Three, two, one, play. So let's go. Three, two, one, play.
All right.
All right. So this is the Schneider cut. This was because of fans.
Oh man, mine's saying having trouble playing title.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Yeah, already technical difficulty. Hold on. It was primed up and doing fine.
Okay, I'm
Hold
at the
on.
water tower.
The water. Oh, the Warner Brothers.
Mhm.
Or all right. Max Original. You got there?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Water Tower. Okay. Are you paused?
I'm paused now. I'm at 36 seconds.
36 seconds.
Let me know when you're good.
I'll get there.
If,
All right. It has access on it.
yeah, you got 36?
Says Access Entertainment.
Yep.
36 seconds. All
Yep.
right, I'm there. All right.
All right. We're going to hit play.
Sorry, guys. This is trouble. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Play.
3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. I'm playing.
All right. Now I have all the DC characters
Oh
up and running
man.
here. I know this is probably how the whole movie's going to go.
Well, I mean, and this is you're getting this is the kind of technical difficulties they had on Justice League, so this fits.
So yeah, Zack Snyder had to walk away from Justice League. Unfortunately, his daughter committed suicide, and clearly it's an emotional thing to go through. So he handed it off. Joss Whedon took the reins, and we got the abomination that was the original Justice League. And then the fans demanded the Schneider cut afterwards because he did start saying there were things that weren't supposed to be in the movie that Joss did. Any more to input on that?
I mean, it wasn't even so yeah, it was fans. But man, Zack Snyder, he really pushed it. He
Mm-hmm.
really pushed it. He started trolling people. He started putting it into like the ether that it existed, that oh yeah, they didn't do it justice. I mean, he was I think he was a little displeased about the reshoot, like hoaxiness and weirdness.
There was a lot of it.
Especially like, yeah, I mean, a lot of the weird humor that was introduced. I mean, this is the Joss Whedon model. Yes, we got the. Let's take us back to this awful movie, Batman v Superman.
I do have a cup.
What a convoluted mess that was.
I do have a very cool cup made by Mondo from the Alamo Draft House.
I love Mondo. They do great stuff.
Batman versus Superman cup. Really cool. The only cool thing to come out of that movie.
The
Martha.
cup.
Yeah.
Martha. That's what the monster
so lame.
saying right now.
He's like, that was the plot point. The Zack Snyder film. Here we go.
Yeah. And you can tell because look at it. It's all gloomy. If you didn't know that this was a world without hope, I mean, that here it is. And Superman is a reflection of it.
First of many Zack Snyder Jesus characters.
Yes. What do you go here? I mean, this is so I'm hearing that Cyborg is done better this time. I don't understand how they have the mother box. Like I've never understood this. How does he have that? I know that Joe Morton, his father, like
Mhm.
it did experiments and that's how he's made, which doesn't make any sense by the way. But I don't know. I don't understand why it's in a closet.
I mean, maybe it's a really
It
small studio
specifically
apartment and they have no
said,
room.
well, and we'll see if they have. Well, no, it's specifically stated in at some point in Justice League that they were given for protection by the armies of the world.
Yeah.
So it probably maybe it was stolen. Oh, there we go. We got our Lex Luthor.
Okay, so a little thing to be fair about this Lex, during the time when Superman died in the comics, he did have long, curly red hair.
Yeah.
So that is really good comic.
I don't think the
Really good
complaints are
stuff.
about his hair. I think complaints. No, it is great.
Oh no,
It's a great comic.
that was the only good thing I
I
could
don't.
say about his Lex Luthor.
Yeah. Man, I see where they're going with it. It's no dialogue so far, which, by the way, is an improvement from the original Justice League, which was all exposition. It was like every
Yes.
scene was telling you what was happening. So here we're just gonna go to some worlds. So here, by the way, I know what this is. This is all implying because Superman's now died. Now the mother boxes are like it's like sending off like a signal, like an energy signal that, and this is probably what warns Steppenwolf here to come to Earth.
Mhm.
Why didn't he come prior to Superman being there?
I don't know, and it also shits on the
Like,
people that are supposed to protect it. Now the Atlanteans and the Amazonians are just worthless now because it was all
oh, I
Superman
know.
all along, who didn't come
I'm
until way later in years from the mother boxes being given to them.
This would be the worst job, by the way, is standing around this box
Right.
with your sword
Uh,
and bow. Why?
it's an entry level
This is
position.
honestly this this is what you have to do. You got to spend on hours and hours around the box.
Amber Heard.
Yeah, what's he? By the way, what's a sword gonna do?
It's
They
like a
know what this
stick. It's like a
is.
stick for hillbillies. You poke it.
Yeah. Well, don't touch it with your hand. You got the sword drawn. Might as well
Right?
just tap it with the sword.
I kind of hope you die now.
This is giving me PTSD, Zach. By the way,
I apologize. I'll
I've
pay for your
experienced
therapy.
this story before.
I'm going into this with an open mind just so I can get a cohesive story from this. I'm not
For sure.
expecting much, but
For sure. I'm I hear it is a little more cohesive, a little more, put together. Like they fill in a lot of gaps, obviously with 4 hours, you fill in a lot of gaps.
mhm.
You may, and maybe you make your own, like you make new ones. But this is my favorite thing. This is my favorite thing, by the way. This is Batman, right? We haven't seen him. They're doing the kind of James Bond, Indiana Jones reveal, even though we know who plays Batman. We know who Batman is at this point. It's the third movie. Well, I guess fourth, if you want to consider Wonder Woman as part. Justice League is like almost like a trilogy chapter to Batman v Superman to me.
Yes.
Not necessarily. Wonder Woman's just kind of an extra thing. Can you? This is so interesting. He's doing this on purpose, by the way. He's riding a horse in terrible conditions, weather conditions, when Batman has his only superpowers to have that could get him to these places.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just take
say
the bat plane?
Yeah, exactly. I don't get it.
should be all over this
for
movie.
this visual, because here, look at this. This is what, Iceland? What is this? I mean, it's gorgeous. It
Mhm.
looks good. Like this shot, like him walking up to the edge here. I don't know. I think we're pretty on point.
Yeah.
He's gonna
Yeah.
be looking over to see. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, this is it looks good. Which original Justice League? Like they clearly have color corrected this nicely.
Mhm.
And from what I understand, you won't have any inconsistencies here with Batfleck, because his reshoots he was a little overweight. So you won't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did everyone come back for reshoots?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Warner Brothers is the one who really put that. Part 1. Don't count on it, Batman.
Hmm. So this is technically 6 parts.
I guess maybe he did the horse thing to prove himself. Maybe he climbed over the mountain. That's impossible, but he did it.
I guess.
Still dumb. He could
Why?
have flown the plane and then said he did.
Right. I thought Aquaman was like in the US.
No, so this is before we meet Aquaman. And so by the way, there's drastic inconsistencies in the franchise.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, so this is before the Aquaman movie.
Did you like Ben
He
Affleck?
needs warriors, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's a good question. I do like Ben Affleck as Batman. He is, he's got that grit to him. It's more of a Frank Miller sort of Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, in the Justice League movie, they tried to, with the humor, tried to bring it back so that he wasn't as grim and serious. But I do think he's quite a good Batman. A lot of people find, Batman doesn't kill people. I mean, yeah, not technically, but I'm pretty sure there are renditions of Batman, or there are ideas out there that somebody would take justice in their own hands. He would do that. But again, idealistic heroes and whatnot. This is the problem with mixing Superman and an idealistic decent man. He's decency, he's kindness, he's and then you have Batman, who's a little grayer.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting because Snyder starts it off doing Superman in this grim, dire world, hopeless world, and gives you a hopeless Superman when he should have probably just started with his own Batman.
Right. I don't mind Man of Steel, but I mean that movie to me didn't represent what Superman was.
No, absolutely not. Well, and they also didn't consider what the implications of it were. After Zod and him destroy half a city, and then they retcon their entire series with Batman v Superman, with this whole like Batman is like it within the rubble and like trying to save people, and
Yeah.
what a monster Superman is. But then again, the Man of Steel doesn't recognize that at all. It's like they're making out. Go back and watch it. It's very discomforting. He doesn't know anyone anything.
No, he just is gonna. This picture was all over the internet, like when it first came out.
Dude, well, because this is this is one of the additions. apparently that got left on the cutting room floor is the singing. Better handled, because I think he flips or something, or I don't know. There's something a little more grandiose about it. This seems very melancholy and hopeless. It's like, oh, I came for a warrior, I came for help, and I'm leaving with nothing but this eerie song. And it's not bad, not bad.
Hmm.
I do have to say, I was gonna say, he's been looking for warriors. Just so everyone knows, this takes place 3 years later than Batman v Superman, when he declared he was going to find warriors. So Batman's been procrastinating.
I mean, they could have put another Batman movie after it just to kind of give some kind of, I don't know, semblance of what Batman does in his own world, as opposed to the larger threats that are going to come with Steppenwolf.
Well, they did that. They did that in the original Justice League, where he was going after a guy, and then what it was that the Parademon
Yeah.
shows up. It's weird, because it's like, yeah, Batman should be doing that stuff because that's what Batman does, but it's also like, after, what is it? I'm forgetting the villain in Batman v Superman. It's been so long. Is it Doomsday?
Doomsday.
I
Yeah.
think it's Doomsday. Yeah. After Doomsday and all that, and he's like, no, I got to get people together. Superman's dead. We got to get people to protect the world. And they do that. That's his mission. So for him to like go back, I'm glad they did cut that. I feel like that was a reshoot kind of thing, to
Hmm.
kind of bring things together. For people who, because Whedon is a populist filmmaker, and Warner Brothers is a studio, so they want populist entertainment, and so they think people are stupid, and so they had to have the parademon. It's like, oh, remember that thing? It's that thing from the other movie, just so you don't forget. Oh, I have a question for you. What do you
Yeah.
think of Jeremy Irons' Alfred?
They needed to do more with him. I really didn't get anything from him. Again, it was the dialogue, but it was just, I don't know. I'll give him a C plus.
I mean, I like the idea of it for sure. I think you're correct. I think they have wasted him.
Yeah, we'll see what they do in this cut of it. But I mean, the way there's like two shots in the original trailer for Justice League, and maybe Batman vs Superman, that made it seem like he was going to be like the Alfred that's kind of a mentor, not just there to take his laundry.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, he's a great Ozymandias, if you've seen the Watchmen
Hmm.
little miniseries they did. Here's another character that has been underwritten. That's because Zack Snyder doesn't know how to write women. And that's Lois Lane here.
I gotta say, as a kid in the original Superman movies, Lois Lane was kind of my favorite character. This didn't really do it for me.
No, well, again, this is Snyder. He had a whole movie centered around women, and they felt like carbon copy, like
Oh, Sucker
one-dimensional
Punch.
cutouts of what he. Yeah, Sucker Punch, which is
Yeah.
terrible. It's like a ripoff of so many other movies.
Thing about Lois is that she was strength, and now in these series, it's just like she was so reliant either on her work or on Clark and Superman. Like Lois Lane was going to do whatever she wanted to do, even in the comics. This Lois just felt like she was reliant on things.
Which just kind of a blank, like, slate, like this blank thing on the wall that you'd throw things on for Superman, like, oh, this is what she represents for. Oh, this is what it is. She's not really a character, and it's really unfortunate because Amy Adams is a phenomenal actress, and it deserves way better.
Yeah.
Again, like, even that scene, it's just what Superman means to her.
Hmm.
It's not, no separation from the alien entity. I am rather impressed that we've only had like one scene of dialogue, really, and we're a decent amount of the way in.
Yeah, the dialogue in the Whedon cut. We're going through Buffy and Angel right now. We're almost finished with it. You can tell a lot of things that Whedon writes that are not just inappropriate for our times, but you watch and you're like, why is that even in there?
Yeah, no, and it's like a soundboard, like for his stand-up jokes. Like,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, this is one of my least favorite sequences in the original. This sequence is dumb, 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 and if they do it the same way, if they cut it the same way, I'm going to tell you why it's dumb.
Okay.
Yeah, grim, grim, grim. I mean, they're just killing people.
Did you watch Wonder Woman 84?
No, that I have avoided that. I'm fairly certain I will not enjoy it. I saw, once I saw the trailer and they revealed Kristen Wiig's like CGI cheetah, I was like, oh no, I can't do this.
I will say that
This is
she. Oh, you go ahead.
oh no. Oh no. Well, I was just gonna say that this is again color correction, or like the actual use of color here is much darker than the one in the original Justice League,
Mhm.
the Whedon cut here, because it was much brighter. Like, I mean, you could really feel like the sun coming through those windows.
Yeah.
So yes, you should take him.
Yes, you should. It's your job, sniper.
So here's the thing. These guys are, the whole thing about this is that, oh, Superman's dead. The world is now like a hopeless place, and there's going to be people taking advantage. Oh my God, my thing stopped.
Oh.
Okay, I'm back up. I'll be maybe a couple seconds behind you, but so here's the thing. These guys are coming into this. They're taking hostages. They're shooting people. And they have a bomb,
Mhm.
and the bomb has a timer. Why would you put a timer on a bomb? No, like what's its purpose? Is that you want to get away, right?
Right.
You arm it, and then you can get away. These guys want to die. They're suicidal. This scene doesn't make any sense. Like, why didn't they just go in and, like, with bombs on their chest and blow themselves up?
That would have made sense.
Tell me the truth. Where are they?
He just
I do
basically.
like Gal Gadot.
Do you?
Yeah, I mean, there's like this doughy innocence to, like, which I think reinforces she's decent. She's a bit naive, but she's kind, and it's that leads into her being kind of this hero. I think that's why the Wonder Woman movie works very well. It's because, like, the first half is very focused on her.
Mm-hmm. Even when she came in
All
back
right.
for Superman, right at the Doomsday fight, I thought the look was there.
Yeah, but even though it was so forced, it should not have happened. Like, they needed to force somebody in there.
Right.
By the way, you read a little more of the comics than I do. Does Wonder Woman have super speed?
Yeah, she's they amp it up big time in here. They have her fly pretty much. They do more stuff in Wonder Woman 84 that I don't remember her doing in the comics. I'm
Uh-huh.
almost positive she has super speed. It's just not Flash or Superman level.
Well, but she's moving faster than bullets here. That's Flash. I mean, that's Flash speed.
I think she can, like, you know, focus on stuff, because you look way back in the comics, even the start, she was bouncing them off her bracelets.
I mean, I get that. I don't know. Something weird about that. It almost has these weird. It begs the question: if she can move that fast, Superman can move that fast. I don't get the point of the Flash, really.
Yeah, I think in these movies they upgraded her to match Superman more. So it's not Superman the male is the alpha.
I mean, he didn't monologue there, but he chose to speak. These villains, I mean, they're just dumb. Oh, the Snyder slow motion.
Yeah, it's cool if you just would have left it fast. If they would have done a pan out and just did the whole scene like kind of a one take,
Yeah. Well,
with
they
her fast, would
already
have been
did
so
the slow
cool.
mo. They already did slow mo. Like, you don't need to do it again. They've already established that she can move fast when the first bullets were shot. You
That's why
don't
it'd be
need to do it
cooler in
again.
real time where you don't do the slow mo and you don't need to see all this shit. Even the explosion in slow mo. I would love a moratorium on slow mo walking. I would love that to be done with. Everyone who does that in movies now should give Tarantino a paycheck for Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs, yeah. Yeah, I can tell just from the audio I'm a little bit behind you, but it's okay. We're seeing pretty much the same thing. There's no point in
All right, I just paused it for like
correcting
one
it.
second, so we'll just be that much more closer.
Here's the
Message.
shot. It's little girl looking up to her hero.
This is where you get the Keenan Ivory Wayne's "Don't Be a Menace" message.
I wanted to get cheddar popcorn
Mm-hmm.
at 7-Eleven, and they were out. I was very upset. But I got a Slurpee because, I wanted to make it feel like a movie experience.
Gotcha. So should I kick your seat or chew popcorn loudly?
I mean, I mean,
I'll play on my
yeah,
phone.
there's not much room behind my seat.
Did you see Justice League in theaters?
Yeah, it was miserable experience. I wanted to leave the entire time. I'll tell you this structurally, um, how this has been constructed story-wise is better. It is not, because the original Justice League was such a mess of, like, you could tell they were just piecing it together to try and make something cut down, something a little more streamlined, a little more populist. And it just in here, I mean, he's taking his time, and this is not normal.
No. I mean, when you're going for a theatrical release, as opposed to this isn't even going to theaters like most of the Warner Brothers stuff that's going to HBO Max is. I mean, he just has freedom with it.
I mean, it sounds like, judging from some of the comments he's making, it's like they have no interest in making movies with me in the future. I mean, that's interesting because he's had 20-year partnership with them.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Well,
been making movies with them 20 years.
I think Nolan's out of Warner Brothers too because of the HBO Max stuff.
Yeah. Oh.
If this is good, would you want a sequel as was originally planned to end everything with the story arc that he had?
I don't know if it would be worth it. So far, it's not worth it. It's still dumb. It's still a dumb story. It's constructively less irritating, but it's still a
Mm-hmm.
stupid story. It's the same nonsense. It's end of the world, end of the everything rigmarole. Like, it's. I hear this took forever though. The Steppenwolf redesign.
I mean, there's a
Let's
lot of
see if it's
pieces to
worth
him.
it.
He's 80% the same.
80% the same. The face is different. I mean, it looks significantly better.
The outfit's different too. It's more motion and stuff
Yeah,
just as generic,
yeah.
but I mean, it's still a pretty generic rendering of Steppenwolf.
I do like Siren Hinz. I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but hey, they have no fear. Just so you know, they need to reiterate that. By
Yeah.
the way, that is some terrible screenwriting to have that in the film. Get the legions. I this is something I hate mostly about this is why most of the big scale end of the world movies are not my favorite superhero movies, such as Avengers, Age of Ultron. You
Joss
can get
Whedon.
this one. They have they all have like these useless faceless enemies, such as these parademons.
Hmm.
They're like foot soldiers.
Right.
At some point it just gets boring.
Yeah, it totally does. And honestly, the design of these I don't think is that clever either. They're almost like
No.
demonish steampunk.
Yeah, it is. Man, the steampunk. I mean, you had Batman steampunk in that dream. I mean, it is
Yeah, we're gonna
very
get a lot of that in
steampunk.
this.
From what I understand, we get more dreaming. We get more bat dreaming.
Which I honestly think was a stupid thing to include in the story at all.
Hey, by the way, she's running on foot. He can just like teleport, right? That's what he just did. He just
Yeah.
teleported.
Up close to your demon, not good.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, no, not good. The grabbing on the foot,
Mm-mm.
definitely. That was some poor special effects. They put all the money to redo Steppenwolf, clearly. So
Clearly, I gotta say though, these women are fucking cut. Whatever workout routine they're doing, man, that's all. That's zero
yeah,
body
they
fat.
they are zero body fat. The most useless of armor ever
Hmm.
because it doesn't cover everything. I mean, is this Robin Wright or is it Connie Nielsen? I think it's
This
Connie
is
Nielsen. Yeah.
this. Oh, that's no, that's Robin. Oh no. But I will say that's a good thing to do in this. There's so many forms of like Amazon stuff where they don't have, or even like stuff in. I'm trying to think of another movie, but it's only like the main character who's jacked. So the people around them aren't as impressive as the main person in that setting. So it's just a nice side touch that they had everyone just kind of like be in shape.
Hey Zach, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
Okay, cool. It did something weird, so
you. Okay.
I'm back. I'm back, and they're on horses. I'm sure that'll solve the problem.
Well, at least they
I
actually
don't know.
need the horses.
They do this time. I don't know. There's such a futility to this. Like I don't know. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point is that they're putting up the fight. But these were the armies that were meant to protect this thing. And they're clearly not doing a great job once it comes down to it.
That's why I don't like it. Like the demons, even Steppenwolf isn't that. I don't know. I feel like they're really underplaying the Atlanteans and the Amazonians. I really think is a big mistake.
Well, why it's a mistake. You were totally correct. They are doing such a disservice to them. for the sake of plot efficiency,
Mhm.
which is never good. In fact, this is why, and maybe people listening are going to hate the comparison because it's undeserved, but I think it is very much deserved. When this is a movie that builds up to collecting of materials, and you need to get all three together to create a device to terraform the Earth. Thanos does the same thing. It's just, it takes, as he's doing in the film, it's like he has collected on the side his own power, the stones, the Infinity Stones.
Mhm.
And a lot of the movie is about him coming around and collecting, but every time he's trying to get a stone, it is a fight, and and Thanos almost defeated numerous times. Like
Mhm.
you get the idea that he can be defeated. He's just
Yes.
very strong and powerful. I mean, in this scene alone, great comparison. Steppenwolf just got fired with a bunch of arrows. Just went up against a bunch of Amazonians, and nothing. He just tosses off the arrows, and he's good, and he's back.
Yep.
It's nothing. He just shrugs it off. That again, it's trying to push up the threat of the big bad at the sake of being a disservice to others, and that's unfortunate.
It is. And he's not even like the big bad in the whole thing yet, too, which is really frustrating
I
about this.
know.
They could have had it maybe like when Wonder Woman is here, or maybe Aquaman is where the other mother box is, and singularly they couldn't stop Steppenwolf. Then that brings them together because they have a common enemy, and that's why the Justice League needs to be formed, because together they're more powerful. But this just
Yes,
kind of shits
and
on all the side characters.
I mean, the whole problem with the series is that they rush to this. No matter if Zack Snyder's works better or not, they still rush to this. It doesn't take that away.
I think Steppenwolf's outfit is almost too much.
I will say he looks better, but
Yeah,
you are correct. There might be a little bit of a overdone quality to the correction. Oof, man. How many years after Lord of the Rings is this, and it still looks terribly worse?
do you think it's just people not putting in the time? Like I watched all those like documentaries and stuff. Like A&E had a bunch on about making the chainmail one by one, people going in and like doing stuff with the horses like this and all that other stuff. Do you think it's people just not? They just want to get it out by a release date, and they don't have someone as focused as Peter Jackson?
Well, it also is like a different time. Peter Jackson's on location for, I mean, talk about a rarity of circumstance.
Mhm.
On location, filming 3 movies at the same time. That's crazy. No, I don't think you'd get that kind of dedication to a project that New Line had for it.
Mhm.
You wouldn't get that today. And because of that, you get a lot of freedom because you're away from everything, and you have all the resources because you are making a big budget. I mean, they're putting in a decent amount of money, and so you have to make it work in some way. And so they made it work in a very organic way. What can we afford? We can afford like actually like maybe 100 so riders, 100 so horses, and then you make them look really, really good.
Mhm.
And then with projects like this, I feel like because the technology is so advanced, is so readily available, we're in part
Part
2.
two, the Age of
Okay.
Heroes.
Yeah, that so fluidity, we are doing far better than the original Justice League, I will say.
Yes.
um but again, a lot of the problems story wise and such remain, and this is kind of what I'm getting into. It's I don't know, it's the studio wanted to get to the team up and so quickly that that they eroded their sense of control over their property.
Mm-hmm. In all honesty, I don't think they should have followed the Marvel level. The Marvel level totally worked leading up to Avengers, but that's one way of doing it. For DC, they should have made 3 movies. They should have made one Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman movie. So then when you have the Holy Trinity fight and you get into Justice League, that's when you introduce Cyborg, Flash, Aquaman, and possibly Martian Manhunter or Green Lantern.
Here, I'll even double on that. You need a Batman movie, like you said, a Superman movie, and a Wonder Woman movie. Those come first.
Yeah.
And then you build up, you do maybe a 2 more film build up, almost like a trilogy. Like those parts serve as like chapter 1 for each. And then you unite them kind of in one project, like a Batman v Superman, but you culminate to Superman Batman fighting, such as like Civil War. Like, it's
Yeah.
because of that animosity, because of that frustration. Once that's resolved, that's your first stage. Once that's resolved, now you can move into the next stages. And it's about, maybe you introduce some more of them. Cyborg gets his own movie.
Mhm.
I can't imagine that. What is his name? Ray Fisher? I don't know. What's
Yeah.
Antoine Fisher? Ray Fisher, who apparently had a very displeased experience working with Joss Whedon.
Joss Whedon, Jeff Johns, and there were like I think specifically 2 others that were mentioned. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back for the Flash movie. The Flash movie is going to be pretty much what Marvel's going to be up to with the multiverse and everything like that. So again, we're going to see some correlation. It's a Bug's Life and Ants all over again. But we'll see who does it better. But storytelling wise, I'm not really giving DC the benefit of the doubt. But you got all those Batmans coming back: Michael Keaton, Ben Affleck. I don't know who else is all coming back. Ray Fisher was supposed to come back, but I don't think is going to be coming back at all. They just lost whoever's playing the Flash's dad because he's currently busy with something else now. So
Billy Crudup, dude, Billy Crudup's the best.
Yeah, he has something else going on. It doesn't work out with the filming, but this film has been delayed enough already. I mean, I'm sure he could come back.
It's so funny having Joe Morton in this role, like working at a lab, because you're just like, Skynet,
Yeah,
crossover.
Fucking Miles Dyson, man. We got to go kill Miles Dyson.
It's amazing, like the actors that they have in these supporting roles, like Joe Morton, Jeremy Irons, Billy Crudup, who shows up as Flash's dad. I mean, they are great actors, and all of them are underused. At least in the original Justice League. I mean, so far underused right now too.
Right. Do you think Marvel does a decent job with their character?
No. Marvel is its own beast. Like, you can't necessarily compare the two. I mean, this is supposed to be adult superhero stuff.
Yes.
This movie, like, it is supposed to be of a serious consideration. A little bit darker, a little more contemplative. What is the role of superheroes in this world? I don't remember this scene, if there was one of this in the original Justice League.
Are you at the lab? You with the Parademon or Parademon?
Yeah. I just
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that part either.
I thought about watching Justice League again, but I was like, no, that won't be worth it to do this.
So TNT plays nothing but superhero films now, and AEW Dynamite. They had Batman vs Superman on last weekend, so I just prepare. I watched a little bit of it, and I only watched a little bit of it because it's tough to go back to. And I think they had Justice League on, or I mean, it's available on HBO Max, but I couldn't. I mean, I red boxed it. I didn't even want to watch it in the theaters when it came out because I didn't like the trailers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is the problem, and this actually kind of correlates to your Marvel question. I like what Marvel's doing, but do I love what Marvel's doing? Absolutely not. Like, it is they know what the product they're selling. It is popcorn entertainment.
Hmm.
It blends a use for adults to, for escapism. It has something for kids to admire and get into. It has a point and purpose for sure. Um, but they almost go against their own, like they almost shoot themselves in the foot a lot of the time when they when they try and get into the seriousness. Like there's not a lot of consequence in the Marvel universe, and you're almost robbed of consequence, like genuine consequence, when Thanos wins, which is honestly, I thought that was the riskiest thing they did,
Hmm.
for kids to be build up to this and watch this and see the villain win. um it's great, and that's why I like Infinity War more than Endgame. I think Endgame just serves right into the fandom that has generated it and wants to like just serve itself, and get everybody happy. But with this, it's like this is supposed to be the counterpoint. Like this is supposed to be different, and tonally it is, but really you get into it, it's the same thing. It's like it's silly superheroes and silly costumes fighting a silly villain. I don't know, like there's not much that separates them.
Yeah, I mean, tonally, not really. I just get so frustrated with DC movies because I grew up reading more DC than Marvel, and the whole thing that really just like irks me about it is DC had all the toys. They had all their IPs. Warner Brothers had everything that they could do, and they still managed to fuck things up storytelling wise. Marvel, they didn't have Spider-Man, they didn't have X-Men, they didn't have Namor, they technically didn't have Hulk, but they still made everything work. So then when DC keeps getting jumbled, it's just really irritating.
I agree, it is irritating. It's like I have conversations all the time with like a friend of mine, and he likes these movies. He likes the DC universe and Snyder in particular, which
Okay.
is pretty it's unfathomable to me. I don't understand. Um but what is going on is that he appreciates that they are taking risks, that they are trying something bit different. But I mean, when you break it down, they're not really that risky. They're the deconstruction of Superman and Man of Steel is one that's just unwelcome and unrefined and really kind of pointless and unnecessary, considering that Superman in this one, well, I mean, we'll see how he interprets it again, coming up. I don't know, there's just these inconsistencies
Hmm.
even if they're in the same hands. It's like Snyder had his hands on all three, and yet nothing really connects, like in a real way.
It's like between movies, he had thoughts of what he wanted to do or should have done in the past movie, and then tries to bookend
Yeah,
stuff in here.
yeah, that it does seem that way.
And it's just off too because, like in Wonder Woman 1984, it's just tonally different. Kristen Wiig was nominated for a Razzie for her part in Wonder Woman 84. I disagree with that. She was actually one of the brighter parts of that movie.
So you saw it, so and because the trailers did not serve her well, and maybe that's the limitation of trailers, but you're saying she was a brighter part to the film.
Yeah, her character's story arc building up to Cheetah was done well. She knew, like, it's almost like there's like an improv thing, and I know she's in like a, I can't remember if it was the Groundlings or what, but she did improv. So there's things that you're taught in improv. It's almost like turning a volume up slowly on a character. So like let's say you're, well, it doesn't matter. It's just like turning a volume up on there. So that's basically what she does with her character. It's not all of a sudden she snaps or all of a sudden she becomes more confident. There is a nice, slow, gradual build towards it, and she understood what the character was supposed to have, and I think it was her improv skills that made her better than the Razzies obviously saw her as.
Well, I mean, the Razzies, they have an agenda. I mean, they go out of their way. I mean, they target things that are popular on purpose. Like there are truly other worse performances, I'm sure. But they go after things that are popular. I mean, what I find funny is that they nominated Glenn Close for Hillbilly Elegy, and she also got nominated for an Oscar for the same role. Like that tells you everything you need to know.
Yep.
You know, I was told, and we'll get more of Cyborg, I'm sure. Oh, I have to say, we made a comment at the beginning about 4-3.
Yeah.
It's a terrible choice. It's a terrible visual choice.
Do you think that was made just because of the reshoots so they don't look as off, or other stuff that we might see that may not be?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think this was the best way to make it consistent because a lot of it was shot to be on IMAX. Yeah.
Do you think they made the right move? I guess we can answer this towards the end, but we can kind of tell now. Do you think they made the right move? WB is basically putting it on HBO Max. This is the first one that they didn't put in theaters as well. Do you think that is the right move, or do you think it would have made any money?
I mean, we're still in the midst of like the end of COVID.
Because Tom and Jerry pulled in a decent amount of money.
Yeah, I mean, but Tom and Jerry is serving itself up to, I think, a lot of the middle country. In the sense that a lot of the middle country has family. It's families. You know, there's this populated cities, the coast. It's not as family oriented. Like, you know, it is a lot of people who choose a kind of different lifestyle.
Right.
And so LA is where you have a lot of the, and New York, you have a lot of the really propelling, and I'm not saying people in the middle of the country won't enjoy a superhero movie. I think they would. But Snyder is, you know, he's the Watchmen guy. He's Batman v Superman. He's not Marvel. So there's a different kind of crowd for this. It is a more adult centric. So they do want most of those markets open.
Yeah, plus what you're talking about in the middle of the country too, their theaters have been open for so long too. I mean, they're kind of, everyone knew that they were going to go to the theater or not when Tom and Jerry came out already. Here, it would have been a test. People still not even sure if they want to go to the theater. Do you like drunk Aquaman?
He is he is just Jason Momoa. He's not Aquaman. This is Jason Momoa.
Pretty much. No, just give me the bottle. It's the Wild West.
No, seriously. Like we worked at a theater together. We did some prestigious kind of Q&As. I did one with Jason Momoa. I was with him and his wife and it was one of those rare ones. They didn't come for the end of the movie. He came for the movie. So we got him inside and then we walked him into the theater once the trailers were about to end. And you know, I'm the one who got him into the theater, and then he would come out every, I want to say 20 minutes to go to the bathroom. And he would point to me because I was just standing outside the theater. He'd point to me and go, "Beer me, bro." And when he exited the bathroom, I would hand him another beer, and he'd go back in another 20 minutes. He'd come out and go, "Beer me, bro." and he'd go back in. I'm like, all right, Mr. Mama, you got it. Like,
I love Drunk Aquaman now. That's a great story.
Dude, the guy is a specimen. Obviously, I mean, right now there's shots of him right now without his shirt on. He is a statue of a specimen of a man. Like he is. I mean, he's really well put together. The fact that he plays bass guitar makes me love him even more. And so here, this is perfect Zack Snyder. Which I mean, this is fine. You know, he gets engulfed in the water. He's gone. Probably. I don't remember. Yep, there he is, swimming away or jetting away is more like it. He's not really doing anything. He's just traveling through.
He's got that super speed.
He's got that super speed. But that is a great indicator of what is fascinating about Zack Snyder, but also what's his flaw. Zack Snyder is, and a friend of mine used a good word for it. He's a fetishist. And a lot of those shots are like, they're good, but man, is he, I mean, it's just filled with that like testosterone driven monotony. And it like loses its power because everything is done in this overwrought fashion. I don't recall. I do recall, but I don't know if this is worse or better than James Wan's Aquaman. The underwater stuff in Aquaman is horrendous.
It is. It's very.
Which most of the movies underwater.
I really don't ever get headaches. I get headaches when I watch stuff with too much CGI. This is actually masking it with a filter. I think this looks better than James Wan's. James Wan's was just watching a video game.
Yeah, I mean, Snyder's look is darker, dimmer, filtered. It hides a lot.
Yeah.
I do like that Willem Dafoe is in this version.
He's going to be in the...
He looks like...
What does he look like?
Oh, he looks like he got overtaken in the lighthouse and succumbed to the water.
I like that. He actually looks like how I imagined Steppenwolf was supposed to look before they came out with this movie. Just based on comics that I read as a kid.
Certainly. I mean, you give Ciaran Hinds a costume like that. He's a tall dude. He's intimidating looking guy. I would buy it.
It's about power, but this is Steppenwolf is all about spectacle.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. Take the trident.
You excited for him to come
back? He's like, dude, stop pushing me. We're gonna have a whole movie dealing with this.
Yeah. All right. There's like 7 more characters to introduce in this one.
Is this a correction? Do I recall that in Justice League that Amber Heard talks underwater? They talk underwater, but this obviously they created a air bubble, and that's how they were able to talk. So is this a correction?
This I'm pretty sure is a correction.
Okay.
If anybody in the comments leave notes if it's a correction or not, we might be wrong on some stuff.
Yeah. I will say, here's another CGI thing that they improved. The look of this, gunk that's around Steppenwolf's little lair. That was like purple.
Yeah.
In the original, it was garish. It was awful.
There's anybody in the comments too, if you want to leave some notes here on any DC comics that you read that we should check out. We're definitely open to checking out new comics, especially since so many are in trade paperback and nice and cheap. So, and digital too. My old ass forgets about digital.
Zach, have you read Red Sun?
No, I haven't. I had it for a little while. And
I think I have it.
Do you?
I think I have it.
I'd love to borrow it.
You should borrow it. Red Sun is fantastic. In fact, I was so upset that somebody hasn't. I'm still upset somebody hasn't done it yet. Like in unison with like a resurgence of Superman. Like if you're gonna do Superman, you got make Red Sun at the same time, and like go to do a different franchise in different directions. It would be fantastic.
I'd be down for that. There is an animated version on HBO Max if you want to watch that one.
Oh, nice. I should check it out.
What? You owe 50,000 more worlds.
50,000 more worlds.
Just amping everything up.
They're trying to give Steppenwolf like motivation, which, by the way, was absent the last time. Like you had no idea why he was doing anything. For Hydra, for Darkseid.
I had this old record. I forgot to pull it out, but if you want to Google it, it's old floppy small record. Was it a 45? But it was a mail-in record that you got with the old 80s superpower action figures. And it featured like Darkseid and Steppenwolf very heavily in that. And that's how I got introduced to him. But I'm pretty sure you can find it online to listen.
I'll take a look.
If you have a record player, I'll loan you the record.
I don't have a record player. This is something that I want to invest in.
You should.
I do want to do that. I like this. I like the idea of collecting records. I need a space to do it because I mean I'm not going to move my computer, but like you can see some of my movie collection, but it's like over 1,000 or so.
Yeah.
And it's just I collect that. It's hard to collect records on top of that.
Sure.
All right. Do you think in this version they've built up more the romance between these two? You think it will happen?
I hope not.
The flirtation is there. I mean, it was there in the original too.
I feel it should have been more just to play up on Bruce Wayne. You know, I mean, Bruce Wayne's a playboy. I know, like, Darkseid's coming and everything, but I think we're at a new scene.
Here's the backstory where Zack Snyder gets to revisit 300 and redo it. Atlanteans.
Not to hope for an alliance, to fight apart.
Oh. Here we go. All right, everyone leave comments what you think of Darkseid and his look. Kyle, let me know what you think.
Well, I mean, we don't have a lot of perspective right here, do we? We don't know how big he is.
True. I think even like the motion of him and how he moves, it's very much, even in the face, kind of, what's his name? Doomsday.
Yeah, already. He hasn't said anything, which, man, I gotta say, when you build up to a villain like they did Thanos, where they just introduce him in a chair, he just sits and talks. I mean, this guy just jumps out and slams his hammer, and now there's lava. I don't know. I find Thanos more interesting because he's charming. There's personality, there's drive, there's motivation. When you do that comparison, this guy is lacking. I mean, so far, because they haven't. This is the first time we see him ever in this franchise.
Yeah.
It was Steppenwolf, right, in the original thing here.
Because it's supposed to be a build up to Darkseid, and they don't want to reveal it. And No one ever wants to reveal anything. No one wanted to reveal Godzilla. J.J. Abrams didn't want to reveal the Cloverfield monster, and that backfired. Just
Yeah, I know. It comes from the production mishaps on Jaws. You know,
Oh.
it gave power to the shark.
yeah, different time, but yeah, we got a Green Lantern.
Well, they alluded to the Green Lantern Corps in Justice League. There was like minor images of them. That was a pretty prominent shot of
Yeah.
them. I mean, talk about that's my DC. That's my favorite heroes, Green Lantern.
Is it you go Hal Jordan or you go Kyle or who do you got?
I like John Stewart.
John Stewart? Yep. They got some pretty good ones in the comics today, but it's getting out there. Just like the Flashes, they just introduced like 2 new Flashes.
By the way, here's actually the first mistake of a redo. They put Darkseid here, although well, okay, maybe you have to think about in two. Oh, that was pretty brutal. Cutting his hand off. Oh yeah, you don't want Darkseid to get a Green Lantern ring. That would be. They're treating Darkseid here kind of like Sauron. This is the Sauron fight, and Darkseid, because the illusion here is that Darkseid gets defeated. I mean, we already know that because they have the boxes. Like they all have divided the boxes. They all have them. So yeah, here. Okay, well, the blood looks stupid.
Yeah. So is it Hercules and who else?
Ares,
Okay.
I believe. Although this makes more sense that, you know, Steppenwolf in the original, they're like dragging him and he's like, I don't want to go, I want to fight. And it just was dumb. It looked dumb. Here they have, you know, he gets wounded and they take him away. I don't know. If that's your big bad and you see him defeated, I mean, I'm not worried. I'm not worried right now in this movie. These guys are defeatable in a big way. Man, what a fetishist this guy is. All these explosions, man.
Did I like miss it? Was I looking at something else? Did we not get the I-beam, the zigzags?
I don't believe I saw that.
Damn. I don't really like the face on Darkseid at all.
There's nothing there. It's blank. Well, and again, maybe there's meant to be more of a design. This is what they could do in this time. But also, again, there's nothing to him right there. No. He showed strength. In my mind, how it feels, if I was just watching this without audio or if I didn't know who Darkseid was, I'd think that guy was Steppenwolf's precursor and he works for Steppenwolf. Yeah. And now Steppenwolf is here to do the job that he couldn't do.
Yeah.
That's how it feels when Darkseid's his boss. That it does not. This is an iffy quality. This is what happens when you overstuff one movie, when you throw everything in there and you don't build up to things. Okay, this is the first sequence so far that it is in like the original, like it's not as long, but it does suffer from over exposition. Like it just does. It's the narration quality. You're just like, oh man, just show me.
And now what they're doing, I don't understand what they're doing then.
I mean, and by the way, it's like we're all now getting like a story about the buildup of the protection of these boxes, and we already know that they're terrible at protecting them.
Well, I mean, they're just kind of leaving them out. They're just like, I don't get where they're putting them. And
yeah, why didn't they just
take them somewhere like else. Like, why don't they destroy them in some way? I don't know. Maybe you can't destroy these boxes. But then again, nothing has told me that you can't. I mean, they were unseparated. That means they are malleable in some way in power.
And this is the laziest thing you could possibly do to a mother box. What if
All
an
right,
apartment
let's-
complex went up there and they discovered the mother box?
Dude, I've seen bodies more cleverly disposed of.
Martha.
This is where Gal Gadot suffers. I think she is a convincing Wonder Woman, up in the getup, doing the action, how she looks. When she talks and she has to engage in scenes, bland, 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 bland.
The main thing is they're making all of them sound the same. So it's like when you watch
They're all whispering.
Yeah. I mean, she should be talking more like Linda Carter. Like with more hope in her voice rather than just at the same tone as Bruce Wayne, who's a brooder.
Hey, just so you know, we've made it to part 3. We're
Beloved Mother, Beloved Son, I believe it was called. I don't know. I got too excited that we were almost halfway.
Oh, probably my least favorite casting.
Oh, you want to go on a Ezra Miller rant? Don't choke the dog, Ezra.
He's in there buying collars. Oh, I'm gonna fumble and just do all these weird things, and just because this is like what main characters really do now, ever since the Zuckerberg character, who's Jesse Eisenberg, who's also Lex Luthor, and it's just fucking.
You're right. There is a manicness that is similar to the interpretation that Eisenberg has given Luthor.
I prefer it on Luthor, like the young, eccentric asshole. Luthor's supposed to be a bad guy. This guy's supposed to be likable and a hero.
Yeah, I don't want to be around this guy. This guy's not joining my Justice League. Oh, drop something at the wheel.
Oof. This is stuff that's not in Justice League, and I gotta tell you already, it feels the same. It feels like weed and nonsense. Like it's like he's insufferable.
Yeah. Not looking where you're going.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You deserve it. Bye, Kiersey.
Bye.
%100 not looking where you're going the whole time.
The entire time. No, she's just checking out the guy who hits women. I should stop making fun of Ezra Miller.
I'm not telling you to. He was the same character in Fantastic Beasts.
Did his shoes
just implode?
You see, earthly material, Kyle, can't withstand the amount of energy the Speed Force pulls off when
Why
Ezra
is he
Miller
not
casually
naked?
hops to Kiersey Clemens.
Why is he not naked right now?
Is it
Because
just
it's a
'cause
family
his
film.
feet are moving so fast?
I guess, but lightning's hitting him everywhere. What are
I
you
know.
doing? Why don't you grab her? This is silly.
This is overdone.
She didn't hit anything yet.
It's also there might be that car in the thing. More people might be dying right now. By the way,
Possibly. Well, we'll see if
What are
say
you doing?
I don't like this either.
This is so awful.
This
You
is,
save a hot dog. I'm gonna fucking go ape shit.
I can see the anger in your
This is
eyes.
so
Like
dumb.
it's funny because like I'm like not surprised that they're doing something like this. This is such a Snyder thing to do. But I agree with your frustration. It's dumb. Like it is incredibly frustrating right now. It's like you're like, get to the point, dude. You're saving this girl. What are you doing? Dude, that car's gonna flip on her. Yeah, that was nonsense.
God.
Oh gosh, I hope everyone's okay. See, in times of crisis,
Oh my God.
dog work, I always bring a meat snack because it makes them feel calm. You never know what's gonna happen in the city. I mean, oh my gosh, right?
Awful.
That
Awful.
was pretty bad.
Awful. Fucking hate Ezra Miller. God, that scene just pissed me off.
It's funny, like you were fine up to now, generally.
It was bring it on. Anything he wants to throw in this movie, I'm fine with. That was trash.
Man, I think that sets the low bar. Although we're gonna get more of him, Zach.
No.
I agree. I am confused by their interpretation of the Flash. You know, Barry Allen, you know, it's and you know what really struck me as like a lost opportunity is like they had the Flash TV show. And obviously I know that, you know, movie product and TV show product are entirely different considerations, especially budgetary concerns and like how much like it's going to cost for those people. But like, hey, that the guy who plays Barry Allen on the CW show is not bad.
I
Like,
think he's totally fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if you keep up with the show. I don't, but Ezra Miller appeared on that finale. I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but I think it was last year's season finale. Ezra Miller and that Barry Allen met.
They are okay. I do like this, even though it was excessively violent and a little hokey in the acting. They are explaining kind of how he knows where the mother boxes are, which in the in Justice League they don't. They leave it. He just shows up, and you're like, well, that's how does he know? How does he know where they all are? And you maybe get the feeling like, you know, I think the original one is it because it cracks or something, and so the energy level, and so it, but the other ones aren't cracked, so
Right.
he shouldn't be able to like feel their power. So that explained. That's a plot hole explained.
Yeah.
That's refreshing. But more Lois Lane, poor Lois Lane, not given really much to do, just to look dejected.
That is not Lois Lane in the comics. Like, I'm sorry,
Oh.
Lois Lane would be working, I don't know, probably 10-hour days at the Daily Planet.
Well, considering that the movie prior was like Lex Luthor behind something, you know, and start, you know, gets this monster to attack, and her bow dies, she'd be working 24/7.
Yeah.
To bring down LexCorp.
Yep.
Like, and that's not happening right now.
No, Lois Lane in the comics is a earthly female version of Superman. No powers, but has all the will and will do anything it takes to do what's right or do what she needs to do.
I agree. It's a waste of an actress.
Yeah, like you said, she's phenomenal.
Oh, here's another thing. So, Cyborg's created from the mother box. How? Like how does that explain? Like, is the machinery and such
magic?
Well, I guess, but it's, I mean,
they're not going to explain it.
Science magic.
It's
like he's a computer.
That's how I made my first Dell computer.
Here we're gonna get more Cyborg, which is needed. I mean, he was terribly cut out. You know, and it probably had to do with that relationship that he had with Weed, and they probably had a contentious, bad relationship, and a lot of his stuff got cut.
You know,
He's not a good actor, or how they had him act as Cyborg is pretty bland.
it's not Cyborg. Cyborg in the 80s, Fun Teens Titan Cyborg. Like Cyborg was initiated into the Justice League later on and all that, but and a prominent part of the New 52 Justice League. But I mean, he came with optimism. He came with almost that Peter Parker kid, like I am a superhero now mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure his relationship with Joss Whedon was why he was cut a lot. There are characters in Angel and Buffy who met a similar fate. If you want to Google that, people like Charisma Carpenter, Google her story. So,
And people seem to be surprised. You know, people who grew up with Joss Whedon stuff. The guy has an earring. One soul. Give it all away.
hey, Harrison Ford has an earring.
Does he have one?
Oh, maybe he has two. I don't know. I just always noticed one.
I now need to research.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't want to go up against Harrison.
Harrison Ford can wear whatever he wants.
He can do whatever he wants. I don't want to be in the vicinity of it. Like he seems like a curmudgeon, like a humorless man.
Oh, you need to watch. Just go on YouTube and watch. There's a David Blaine special on ABC years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and he goes to people's houses and he does these magic tricks. And he goes to Harrison Ford's and he does this magic trick, and it's just like I think he plays the curmudgeon thing. Yeah, isn't that funny?
It is very funny.
Get the fuck out of my house.
Get the fuck out of my house. I will say no. He does have a sense of humor. I'm not saying he's like a completely humorless man, but he does have a sense of humor. You can tell, especially with
oh man, that Borat the Bruno sequence in that dumb movie was like the highlight of that dumb movie. Bruno.
I blocked it out.
He goes, he's like, I have an exclusive interview with Harrison Ford, and then all of a sudden, like, he cuts to it and he goes, now my interview with Harrison Ford. He goes, Mr. Ford, and he goes, get the fuck away from me. And that was it. Oh man, another hero with daddy issues.
What is with that? What is with parents in every kind of form of cinema? Star Wars, Harry Potter, everything has to do with like some form of like parent thing.
I mean, yeah, accident. I forgot. I forgot about that. We'll see about that. That's what he's gonna say. We'll see about that. I'm gonna do everything to save my son.
He's gonna use the Terminator arm from Terminator 2 and the chip.
oh yeah, he is.
That's how Cyborg was made.
It would make more sense than the mother body.
Yes, it would actually. I actually was in this other movie and I have these spare parts. I will fix you, son.
I do like this because this stuff was missing. I mean, now we're gonna get the Cyborg interpretation because he has no emotion. Which I mean, again, makes sense because he's part computer.
Mm-hmm. And also the human side of him is probably like, what the fuck? I'm part computer. This is messed up.
Yeah, exactly. And he probably hates his father.
Yep. They just.
I mean, this is I like this so far. I like Joe. It helps that it's Joe Morton because he's so good. He's such a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Blues Brothers 2000 aside, the man is a great actor.
Yeah, the way aside. If things open up ever and you're in Chicago, go to the Chicago House of Blues. They do a great Sunday brunch church service. Not a religious guy. It's just something that they do.
They used to have, because we used to have House of Blues out in LA on Sunset. I saw so many concerts there. back when I was like, man, I was going to concerts there when I was 13, 14 years old, getting dropped off by my mom. Mom, I want to go see Mushroom Head.
Oh, they
Okay,
sound
son.
fun.
They sound fun. They're playing with a band called Dope. Again, I like all this stuff, but I gotta say, I would prefer a Cyborg movie
Yeah, this
to
doesn't belong.
delve into it.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's just it's making this thing a 4-hour movie.
It's rushed. It's rushed in this movie, and yet it elongates it. It's weird. It's one of those weird things where it's like you put so much stuff into one thing that you do a disservice to a lot, and not letting it breathe, and not getting into the character as natural and organic as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, we're getting a little mini Cyborg movie.
Within the movie, this looks bad.
Yeah, this is like early 2000s looking.
It looks like he's in a PlayStation 2 video game.
This is the Cyborg tutorial. Learn your suit.
Oh, and he just did like what Sonic the Hedgehog does and push the rockets all out of the way. Ugh. No, this is the Wall Street, the Bear and the Bull. Is that what that is? Yeah.
It's called symbolism, Kyle.
I know. Yeah. Overwrought symbolism
Yeah.
is not what symbolism is.
Okay, full mask.
Does
Don't fly into the
looks
moon.
better. He looks better, right? Just a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, mask. Yeah, that's all right. But you know, I'm sorry, you get a lot of Iron Man vibes with this.
I'm fine with it. You're gonna have to. I mean, DC and Marvel, you go back and forth to when people went and swapped and took other things from other people. Darkseid and Thanos. I mean,
For sure. I'm just saying, in the comparative sense, I mean, Iron Man just looks fucking cooler. Like,
dude,
it just
Iron Man 1 holds up look wise, man. Like,
yeah,
this guy does.
I agree.
And let's go back to one that still looks fantastic today, no matter what format you watch it on. Terminator 2 with Miles Dyson.
Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely. You know, Ray, poor Ray here. You know, it's like he gets a short shrift. Like he thought he was going to be in this kind of movie. Like he's delivering this kind of performance for this kind of movie. And he gets up to Joss Whedon and his ego, which I imagine is far bigger than Zack Snyder's, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. If you want to go back to
or they're different.
There's a point in time when it came to be where Sarah Michelle Gellar and Joss Whedon, she didn't want him around her at any time. They could not be alone together.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, sounds like a lot of women didn't want them be alone with him.
Mm-hmm.
Am I sad that Joss Whedon is going to be like ousted from the entertainment industry? Maybe.
It's just like he did make some good stuff, some like good original stuff. That's the thing that just sucks. It's just who he is just like I'm fine with it. It's just, you know, even watching Angel and Buffy now, it's just we're seeing jokes that shouldn't really be made sexually. There's some race jokes in like one of the episodes of Angel that really shouldn't have been in there. It's just like one of those things, like the signs were there. But watching at the time, you think, oh, they're, you know, pushing the boundaries a little bit with the sexual jokes or something like that. And
well, Cyborg just took the role of the Green Arrow in this. He robbed from the rich to give to the poor.
Yep. Did you ever read the script for Green Arrow Supermax, the movie that was supposed to be made about Green Arrow locked in Supermax and escaping?
I have not. That sounds cool.
Is awesome, and it's too bad that wasn't actually made into a movie. Him locked in a super prison with villains.
That is cool. I like that. I like it when a hero has to go up against, like, in an environment where it's clearly to their disadvantage. I mean, that's where struggle
Mhm.
and perseverance and like a sympathy comes into play.
Right. It's not forcing them to be an underdog.
Yeah.
Ah.
So Billy Crudup is here to remind everybody what acting is.
He should be explaining that across the phone right now.
Like, this is reel it in, buddy.
Look, even your dad can't stand you. Go home.
I know.
I know what they're trying to do with him. They're trying to make him energetic, young. He's what's a good word for it? He's excitable. Like, this guy wants, like, I know it's their version of Peter Parker.
And it's totally garbage version of it. They could they could have done it with Cyborg, because Cyborg in the comics, I don't know. I feel like he was more like relatable than Flash when I was growing up as a kid.
Cyborg should be more relatable. Cyborg is, even though he was a jock, he's still a human. Like, he doesn't have, like, the Flash is highly intelligent.
Mhm.
Well, supposed to be. I mean, I don't get that vibe from this guy.
No.
I just get manic and weird. Like, I don't get intelligent. God, I love Billy Crudup, though. I could watch Billy Crudup all day. He was a very, very good Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah. What would you give Watchmen as a grade?
Oh, B- if I was going to be on, like, a generous day. It's really, my mood on Watchmen changes because the book, the graphic novel, is very well. It is. I mean, after that was written, you almost didn't need another comic book ever. Like, this distilled and said everything you needed to know about superheroes.
Mhm.
Even today, people in their dark degrees or their contemplative degrees are doing what Watchmen did. Like,
Right.
it did everything. And so the movie visually is stunning to watch, almost like a moving comic book panel, which I found to be fascinating, especially because of the colors and how I imagined Watchmen to look as a movie. It looks that way, but there's something off. And I think that this is generally true for all Zack Snyder stuff, is the soul is missing for a lot of it. I think the soul is missing in his Batman v Superman and Man of Steel, Watchmen,
Sucker Punch,
300,
300.
Dawn of the Dead, even. Like,
That one has the most heart in it, I'd say, and that's mainly because
Sure.
of what's his name from Modern Family and a couple other people.
But still,
No,
from there on.
yeah.
Yeah. From there on, there's just a lacking in understanding the soul of these things
Mhm.
and the essence of what makes these stories important. God, I do have to say, even though I like Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne / Batman, we mentioned it during the Gal Gadot Ben Affleck scene. Everybody's just kind of whispering and monotone, non-expressive. Like, even Ezra Miller here is manic but unexpressive.
Yeah. Did you watch WandaVision?
yes, I did.
Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed. Yeah. In a general sense, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Okay. Just back to your point, I say WandaVision did a very good job at having different characters. Obviously not when they're under the spell of Wanda, but you got like Darcy and all the side characters outside of the hexagon. I think that show did a very good job at giving people personalities.
I just kept commenting as they showed up because I was watching it with Katie. I'm like, we now we're integrating Captain Marvel into this universe. Oh, now we're getting Ant-Man into this universe. Oh, Thor, look who's showing up. Like, you're getting all these characters that got the short end of the stick in a lot of ways, that were comic relief or introduction, or I mean, actually Kat Dennings and I'm forgetting the Asian actor's name that
From
during
Ant-Man.
this time. What's his name?
Just from Ant-Man, I forgot his name.
I'll look it up because I want to. I feel like it's Randall Park, I think.
Yes.
Randall Park, who I love. I've loved Randall Park for a long time. By the way, this whole sequence is in Justice League, and it was this eating pizza and talk fast Barry Allen. Hold on, I want to hear if Ben Affleck says what his superpower is in this one. If that was written by Joss Whedon, or this is I'm rich, bitch. That's what it should have been, but because that's how it comes off, it's dumb.
Ooh,
oh my god.
Not as dumb as a CGI car going on that exit.
Yeesh. Ooh. Oh, that was bad. I'm slightly behind you, but because you were like, oh, going on that exit, I was like, what do you mean? Oh, yes, terrible. I mean, more Alfred. I'm fine with more of the good actors.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing about WandaVision, Randall Park and I think the Darcy character, or maybe one other one, are going to get their own Disney Plus spin-off show, most likely. It's a shame almost now that DC doesn't look. They don't have a universe, I guess, anyways. But they're not able to do that with HBO Max, just to kind of flesh out the world more and give more characters their time. Because, like we said, the Cyborg stuff was pretty cool actually in here. It just makes the movie a lot longer, and it doesn't really do everything as a whole justice.
Doesn't do it justice. Doesn't do it good service. This is about justice, my friend. This is Justice League.
That's right. Well, Alfred and Gal Gadot are on. Kyle, why don't you tell anyone who is listening where they can find your podcast?
Well, I mean, you can find it anywhere. I mean, Spotify seems very popular. It's on iTunes / Apple Podcasts. It's Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Amazon. It's on Amazon. I worked hard to get it on there. They were rough to get the RSS feed to, but I guess since this is coming out, everyone should know I started a Patreon, because I want your money, and well, and it's just $1. Like, honestly, it's whatever you want to contribute, but it's really $1 a month. You'll get all the content. I am not doing any tiered nonsense. I want everyone to have access to it, and it's $1 a month. I just want to build up membership and build up listenership and like a dedicated following and audience. And the Patreon is going to have its own seasons on it. Like right now we're starting to release Westerns, which is its own 50 episode study, but we're going to do a James Bond retrospective that actually comes out April 6th. And we're going to start reviewing new movies and putting it on the Patreon. Like we're going to do a 2020 roundup leading up to the Academy Awards to April 25th. So, I mean, if you want to come listen to us talk about movies, Zach will probably be part of that. Knock and Eric, I'm sure everyone watching this, listening to this, knows of the personalities, and they'll probably be part of it. I know Knock's already on a James Bond episode. Zach's going to be recording one with me this weekend. That's in preparation for release.
And check out Eric on the Clerks episode that you guys did.
Eric's on the Clerks episode. He's also on Who Framed Roger Rabbit in the Noir season. Knock's first one will be the Bond franchise, but he's going to be on some other things. Zach's done plenty with me. It's almost difficult to count. It's you're on a bunch of Westerns coming out. I actually won next Wednesday for everyone to know. We're doing a discussion on the Oxbow incident that comes out next Wednesday.
Good flick.
That's the earliest one that I can think of. Oh,
Very good podcast.
Hey, F-bomb.
Yeah.
F-bomb. Dang. Fuck the world. That's a good superhero mantra. That seems to be the mantra of like Zack Snyder's superhero world, though.
It is. It's like Batman says it because Robin is killed. Just everything. I hope we get some kind of explanation with the Robin death. I feel that was just almost like a mean tease to put that suit in Batman vs Superman.
Yeah, it feels like something. It's very mean spirited. It's like almost chosen because it's dark. It's like a dark image, and it's like a dark, like, oh, what happened? What happened to Robin? Oh, the Joker must have done something to Robin. Joker killed him. Again, Gal Gadot's strength is looking like Wonder Woman. This emotive nonsense that she's trying to get. I like this. It's. I want to see if they fulfill this, because in the original Justice League, she's like, Cyborg, come on board with us, and he's like, fuck the world, I don't care. And then all of a sudden he's there, and like doing it. I need more. I need more of his journey, which looks like we're gonna get some.
Again, Wonder Woman 84 kind of pulls to Gal's strengths. She comes across as Wonder Woman.
That's good. That's good. Again, this is a Zack Snyder blinders. He sees men. He has this infantilization of men heroes, and I think that works in his favor in a lot of ways. Like that's what makes 300 work, while it being the most shallow of experiences, really. But 300 works with that machismo infantilization that he has. Can work. It can work visually. It can work on a grandiose scale.
Mm-hmm.
You throw women in there, and he wants to get do female characters, and it's woof. He never does them service. And let me get this straight. He buried the mother box in his mom's grave in the other mother box.
Wouldn't the demon find it though? Like it just found him in his apartment?
Yeah, I don't. Again, this is a unventured thing. It's one of those plot hole devices that a lot of films do. This is no, rarity. It's that they don't want to explain these things. They just need the plot to move forward. So things happen. I don't understand how that parademon senses that box, or might sense that box. You'd think that they would have found them earlier if that were the case.
Right.
But they're not explaining it. Man, Zach, can you tell how far we are into this without like really pausing it and such? What are we?
I think
like
an hour 45.
Hour 45. Woof, we're not even halfway, huh? Well, that's right. Part 3 is not done yet.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh. I mean,
I'm not by the way, this is a massive improvement than my experience in the theater, because in my experience in the theater, I wanted to leave. It was a fight or flight sense, which rarely comes in me, but I was like, I have to leave. Oh, parademon. Surprise. That was it? Okay. I don't know how I feel that James Gordon is also J.J. Jameson.
I totally forgot about that. He's going over an insurance claim folder right now.
It's like I liked Gary Oldman as Gordon.
I really liked him. I honestly wish, I know you can't really go back to that series, but do a series with Gordon and Gordon Jr., who becomes a serial killer in the comics. That's a story. You don't even need Batman involved in that. You can put Batgirl in there because she is heavily involved with him in the comics. But man, what a thing to be Commissioner Gordon. Your son turns out to be a serial killer.
Yeah. You ever read the comics Gotham Central?
No.
Ooh, so good, so good, dude. First one, like the opening of the comic is these two police officers, like detectives, gonna go like on a routine knock and talk,
Mhm.
like, hey, we need some questions. They open the door, and Mr. Freeze is in there, and one of them gets frozen and broken into pieces in front of his partner. That's how it opens, and you're like, oh, this is what we're getting into. We're getting into how normal people get up to these like this entities, and it's crazy. It's a fantastic series. They tried to kind of do it in Gotham,
Mhm.
but they dropped the ball and they ruined it.
Okay.
But Gotham Central is great.
Gotham Central. Okay. If anyone leave comments if you read Gotham Central, I'll probably check it out pretty soon actually because I'm out of comics.
It's I have I think the first four in
Okay.
hard copy. So I mean, again, if you want to borrow them,
I will take you up on that. Did you get a chance to read Death of Superman yet? If you didn't, that's fine.
I haven't. It's over here and on my dresser. I need to read it. I need to make more time for myself. But you know me.
Yeah. He's a
I'm
busy
just like-
guy. He's putting out episodes 3 a week for his podcast. He's recording, editing. I understand.
It's a lot. And I do. And it's like not one of those things that's like I have to read this comic book because Zach's gonna ask me about it. Well, I guess
Oh,
I'll do it. No, it's like
I'm not
I
gonna ask for a
do
long
want to
time.
read it. Like I don't
yeah.
understand why they didn't ask Amber Heard. Oh no, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, again, one of the best times to collect comics as a kid was during this. This is the white one without the covering on there, where Superman Returns.
Oh,
Just
fantastic.
what a great thing. After he died, there was the fourth Superman, two that you didn't know if they were actually Superman. But again, Amber Heard rumored to not be involved with DC anymore. But
I mean, I'm surprised that Batman, Bruce Wayne needs warriors. Why didn't he get Amber Heard? We know that she likes to hit a lot of things.
oh, I think TMZ owes her royalties. I had never heard of her before the Johnny Depp stuff, and then this is the only thing I've ever seen her in.
No, I don't. Yeah, again, I think she's relatively new. I think she was a model.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know much about her either. I could be misspeaking.
Oh,
get the Steppenwolf treatment.
close-ups on the face, man. There you go. Put bubbles in front of it to mask it a little bit.
I mean, that's a lot of the Snyder thing. It's mask everything in darkness and distraction. If you do a lot, you're not necessarily going to pay attention. I have to say the blood factor is highly increased in this version.
Are you okay with that or no? Because I know you look
I
at
don't
Marvel; it's
care.
very minimal.
I mean, I don't necessarily care.
Right.
I'm just a little surprised, because we didn't have that in Batman v Superman. We didn't have that in Man
True.
of Steel. Like
Very
this is a drastic change in the tone of violence.
All right. Again, the air bubble to talk.
Oh yeah, because when you're getting choked, you're gonna want to talk.
Are you looking at those TMZ stories? Aquaman 2 starts filming, I think, later this year. These DC movies are so spaced apart. Again, you don't need to follow the Marvel model, but man, you need to have like, I don't know, you need to have more urgency with this.
Marvel keeps you. It's like I don't have to wait for the next thing. Here's my next thing.
Even with the year off from COVID, like it was so nice just going right into WandaVision. They have Falcon the Winter Soldier on deck. Loki's up next this summer.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's a different production, but I mean, just even these movies as a kid, they waited a year and a half, mainly like 2 years for sequels. So you had Batman, then you had Batman Returns roughly 2 years later. Then you had another one 2 years. I mean, they had the cycle and the plan down at the studios. Now it's just like with this franchise and the studio, it just feels like they're scrambling and then they just don't even know when to release them efficiently.
I gotta say, so far, this is the problem with this movie. Um, the fighting is not exciting.
Mm-mm.
I'm finding it very boring. Um, there's also the problem of that a lot of the exposition and dialogue and such is not very exciting either. This movie is kind of slogging forward, and it's going to culminate to probably some more boring fights. Like
Mhm.
it's a long drawn out build up to something that I will find not necessarily worth the journey.
I mean, it is a journey. Imagine taking a big old 4-hour
That
road
was a
trip
CG.
just.
Wait, what?
I said, imagine taking a big old 4-hour road trip just to go to another McDonald's.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I mean, well, and that's a good analogy. I always like using that for a lot of these kinds of movies. It's like fast food. I mean, this one is like a little. It's trying to be more than a McDonald's. Like it's trying to be. I don't know.
It's trying to
like
be a
an
McDonald's with
upscale.
a McCafe and salads.
Yeah, McCafe inside. It's added features.
Yeah.
To be a little more adult, a little more suave. But it's still McDonald's. Like
Yeah.
this is still McDonald's. It's still bad calorie intake entertainment. Like it's not good for the brain, it's not good for the body. It can be fun and it can be good at certain times, but when you overdo it, that's
Yeah. You're. Mm-mm.
everyone's so gloomy in this movie. Like every dialogue interaction is just serious faces.
The only way that would have worked is if it had proper build up, so we saw these characters happy. Like if we saw a happy Superman, if we saw
I
a happy
mean,
Cyborg.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like,
do an Aquaman movie and show him in the Jason Momoa. I mean, that Aquaman movie has a lot of personality because it is Jason Momoa being him. In this one, I mean, this is before they got to let him let loose. It's Thor before Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like it had the Marvel tone and it was kind of silly, but man, Thor Ragnarok opens up and now Thor is an entirely different creation. It's
Oh,
like
right.
self-aware and funny and so into himself that it comes off ridiculous.
Mhm.
And they know it, and that's why it's fun. It can be fun that way. Yes, mother boxes. Big bads. Man, the big bad model. I don't know.
Yeah, again, we're going through Buffy. It's big bad model every season. It's a big bad. It's, I don't know.
Ooh, a shield. Again, they've improved the color. This looks better than the purple one.
What do parademons do when they're not like attacking something?
seems like they just stand around. I mean, I would like play poker or something.
Right. Do they sleep? I mean,
I don't know.
do they have activities that they do?
I would like an understanding of parademons. Although, again,
I don't think we're gonna get that movie. I don't think we're gonna get the parademon, deconstruction. I mean, the Star Wars could have done that with their stormtroopers. Oh, part 4, we're halfway through.
We're halfway
Change
through.
machine.
We did it. We're halfway done with it.
Oof. It is. I'm looking at the clock. We're about 2 hours in. There is Batman. Yeah, the Bruiser Batman I do like. I do like this muscular, heavy Batman. I do like the look of him, although some of the CGI is not great. I brought friends.
I generally do like this too, especially for the older Bruce Wayne, who's just getting kind of fed up.
Yes, exactly. And again, it's like the Frank Miller versions, which he's going to be more violent. He's going to be less patient.
He's getting too old for this shit.
Getting too old for this shit. He's Danny Glover. Okay, so it's his father. His father gets taken, and that's why he joins up.
Yeah.
Okay. Proper motivation, I suppose. Although it seemed like he hated his father. I don't know. Just
It's a complicated relationship.
it is.
Oh,
God,
shut up.
everybody's whispering in this scene. It's just so funny to me. Like,
Yeah, they vanish because they don't fucking like you.
yeah, I'd leave the Flash behind as well.
I would too. I'd just
have
tap Wonder Woman and Cyborg on the shoulder and be like, let's out. Shh.
out of here. Leave him behind. He can catch up eventually.
Oh, I kind of remember this now. Again, I haven't seen Justice League until it came out on disc, so that was
Yeah, this
Kinda
is the
weird.
first round of like meet the big bad.
Oh, I don't recall the soundtrack in the original Justice League. This is very Zack Snyder.
yeah. They probably took it out. Are you okay with his soundtrack, especially the Wonder Woman theme?
You know, it's like, you know, give or take. You know,
Yeah.
I think it's fine there. I don't know with the almost suffocating self-seriousness of this. A soundtrack almost seems too fun. It's like, whoa, hey, are we having fun right now? Like, what's this tone that you're
Mhm.
bringing here? Everyone's moving so slow.
He's got those bulky ass suits on. How does Batman restock his grappling claws?
It's a good question. How is Batman useful here at all? Is really the question.
If someone has a riddle, then he'll be useful. But no, he wouldn't be because Diana would just use her magic lasso and solve the riddle.
Exactly. Diana can get to the answer faster.
Shut the fuck up, Ezra Miller.
I know. That's the problem. Is it's not only is he manic and irritating, and he won't shut up.
You know what really kind of makes me angry about Steppenwolf?
What?
Is you can look back in the 80s and look at Tim Curry as the devil in
Legend.
yeah. And then they just muddle things up and waste all this money on CGI nonsense.
How does he know that she's stronger? I don't get it.
They do Wonder Woman's music pretty cool in 1984. They just do it on different levels of whatever the scene is.
Yeah.
Again,
It's
the
a
movie
good-
the movie has
it's
a,
a good
a
theme.
good amount of flaws. I honestly don't think you might like it, but I mean, there were. I enjoyed it. There's just some things on it that it was over 2 hours, and I just felt like I needed more for it to be a movie I'll rewatch. I figure in 2 hours I shouldn't have that reaction.
No, And I like Chris Pine. I like Pedro Pascal.
He's great in it, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I do like him a lot. He's got personality.
Yeah.
I like him very much. Well, okay, if it's not together, Ezra, do it.
Right.
Oh, actually, that was the first time I really got a weird feeling about Batman. Ben Affleck doing a Christian Bale Batman voice. I did not like that. That was weird.
Wasn't it supposed to be? It's like a thing in his cowl that
Oh
makes the voice
yeah,
sound like
is it?
that.
It's weird. It
Yeah.
sounds strange.
Especially when you're dealing with like other dimension or otherworldly beings, they're not going to be like looking you up in the yellow pages because you sound like Bruce Wayne.
Sounds like Bruce Wayne.
Wait a minute. I'm going to go to extra and inform them.
Here's another flaw in the original Justice League that this one is also already falling into is the dependency and need for Superman.
Yes.
This is a problem. Superman's supposed to be part of the team, not the answer to the team failing.
Right.
And we're already kind of building to that again, which is a big problem with Justice League. And I don't see a lot of that changing because, a lot of these features, a lot of these story points are pretty much the same. The mother boxes, getting those, getting to the finale at like a Chernobyl.
Hmm.
I mean, that's where the finale is going to be. It just depends on maybe how they wrestle with that and how much Superman's a factor or how much the team is a factor. I mean, Justice League's supposed to be a team effort. That's why this was an opportunity in this first fight, which, Ezra Miller says to his credit in the script sense, this is not together. And it's true. Wonder Woman's fighting Steppenwolf by herself. Like Batman's going to come in with the machine here to probably help, to help a little. But they're not working in tandem. They're not using each other's strengths.
Right.
To beat the bad.
And that is something I'll give Marvel credit for with the Avengers stuff. They do a good spot. It's almost like with the last two Avengers movies.
At least Cyborg and Flash work together right there.
Right.
But it was
and I think
more
that was supposed to be a build up because those two are supposed to be in the same movie.
Yes.
Before all this stuff happened.
Yeah. But you were saying, what were you saying?
Marvel does a good job with like the Avengers stuff of with wrestling, how you factor in a Royal Rumble. You include everyone here and there, everyone gets their spots, and then however you take down the big bad is how you do it. But again, like you said, none of this is really together. I don't see a team really.
Well, and that's the point of this fight that it should be, is that they don't work together and there's gaps in their ability to fight Steppenwolf and the parademons. But that's not necessarily what happens at the end, at least in what I remember in the original Justice League. And maybe my horror of experiencing most of the film, I turned it off, my brain off, and we'll see how this works. But again, like they're like kind of working together right here. It's like Flash is coming to her aid and Batman's kind of working with her. They're trying to work together. I feel like this would have been an opportunity where all these egos come into the same place. They all have a sense of their own powers. Again, you do that with other movies, building up their sense of self and personality, and they don't know how to work together, and then they have to learn how to work together. I mean, that's where consequence and your that's another word for it, just like build up, the sense of build up where there is a sense of danger, a sense of that you could fail, and that's what makes being a hero even more gratifying and rewarding, is that you see that they almost fail, but it's very typical. It's a very typical formula, but it's typical because it works.
I mean, I gotta say, after this fight, and I know that they're gonna decide to maybe we need Superman, but Wonder Woman's kicking this guy's ass.
Right. The biggest disservice this franchise did, in my opinion, is in Batman vs Superman when they brought in Doomsday. And my only thing that I thought while watching the movie is, okay, maybe they'll go a different route with Doomsday, defeat him, and he'll just go like way underground and then come back later. And then in like a third Superman movie, you do the death of Superman, or a second Superman movie, you do it. But I mean, right away when they killed him in that, like they killed Doomsday, and then I don't know, the death of Superman, like all this is way too soon. Way too soon. You don't even know Henry yet as Superman.
Yeah, no, you don't. I don't think Henry had a good idea of what he was going to be able to do either. Like, it was just like have a frowny face and resent the people that you're saving. That was essentially the attitude.
Great Superman too. It's just the writing.
That's a reiteration of that, and I might be like a minute behind you, or so. But I'll take it from here, Alfred. Do I know you? It's like stupid. I hate that. So, I think that's what they thought. Snyder's not good at the jokes, but neither was Whedon. So it's like. Oh, water. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're hobbled, Flash. Oh, Deus Ex Aquima.
Now, wouldn't all that pressure build up on the opposite end and cause damage to civilians?
Probably. I don't know. How did he know they were there?
Right. There's a lot of assuming with this movie. There's a lot of assuming that everyone knows what's going on. There's a lot of assuming that all the fans know what's going on.
Yes. I mean, that's the thing. You jump into this Justice League, even with Man of Steel and all that, you have and you haven't read a comic, you have no idea what's going on.
Right.
You're like, who is that guy that they like shoved an axe in and now he's bleeding? Like, who are these people? What's going on? That is a big problem. I tend to forget that too. It's like I kind of treat my own show as like an assumption that you've either seen the movie or you have the same kind of, not discernment, but like the same kind of like weird process, the weird process that I have in watching a movie or analyzing my experience. And, I tend to forget that, some people just want to watch a movie to turn their brains off and have fun. And to be fair, I think that's where a lot of these movies excel. It's just this one has that tone of seriousness and this kind of like something grand. It wants to be something bigger than that.
Yes.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I don't like the assumption stuff, especially with the Robin costume. Like, if you're not a comic fan, you'd be, even like how it was visually, you almost had to go back online to actually read what it said on the Robin costume. But like, he's assuming fans know like the Robin and like what Robin he meant for Joker to have killed or whatever. AEW Wrestling does a lot of this. They have a show called Being the Elite on YouTube. It's just a YouTube show that they put on. It's very silly, but they'll do somewhat storylines on there. I do not watch this, but Eric and Aki do. So when I'll be like, why did they do this on Dynamite? They'll say, oh, it's because this happened on the Being the Elite show on YouTube like a couple weeks ago. I'm like, well, how am I supposed to know that? Now I'm lost in the storyline and it comes off. But they do a lot of the assuming stuff. So that's one thing I do not like about the service of this movie.
Yep. No, I'm there with you. I'm there with you. Oh, giant axe.
I don't remember his axe doing that in the comics. Again, a lot of the dark side stuff and his henchmen was 80s stuff that I was reading, but
I mean, again, he just did the same thing that Darkseid did. Your assumption here is that this guy is
the like renewal or the actual strong one.
They're doing Darkseid a disservice.
We'll see if they make it up at some point, but I think Darkseid had his moment and it was underwhelming.
It was, and then they keep saying for Darkseid, so now I'm assuming that they're doing it for the legacy of Darkseid because Darkseid is dead.
Is dead. Ooh, I mean, that would be interesting.
I don't think that's a good way to go.
I don't either, but
God, Cyborg is what my friend called him, and I'm like, I think I'm in agreement.
not his fault. I'll give Ray Fisher a lot of credit. He was really excited when he landed this role. He was reading the comics. He was just, again, cards are dealt.
I agree. I feel bad for what happened, but at least this movie is giving him more time that he was excited to put in. So
Yes.
that's fair. I do have to say though, on an endurance level, this is hard to get through.
This,
We're a little over the 2-hour mark, and I'm already going, ooh, okay, this is now just a little long. It would help if the action was actually good, like, you know, it was adequately distracting, like, you know, because then you get to these moments where Steppenwolf's talking to the I don't know this comic character. I'm not that ingrained in
I
it.
have no idea.
And maybe it's something that they made up, though Snyder tends to be very dogmatic with his adaptation, so I'm sure it is a character that exists.
It may tie into something that
no,
the New Gods movie does, but
there's Darkseid. In a
My lord, I am but your humble servant. Can it be true that you have found it? I have, great one. The lost world is Earth, and life is here. If it is redemption,
God, I gotta say, you know, ever since Empire Strikes Back did a scene such as this, Vader coming out of his little gas chamber, or little meditation chamber, and kneeling and talking with the Emperor. We had an entire movie of Vader, and you get into the second one, we've built up to like midpoint, and it's a conversation like, oh, here's the guy.
yeah.
This one, we've been introduced to both these characters in one movie, and we don't really know their motivations. We don't really know what's going on.
And again, you got to assume because they just mentioned the anti-life equation.
yes, yeah.
They don't really explain what that is. They don't say anything. So now it's just almost just like one of like 10 words they just said in a sentence. It doesn't really stand out. They didn't make it stand out.
It's serving it right up for Snyder fans / like weird DC junkies to go, oh, you don't understand it? You don't know what they're referencing? Well, I know because I've never slept with a woman.
There's Cheetos all over their fingers, breath reeking of Code Red. I don't understand
Go
what the
back
fuck.
and shoot up a town in Red Dead Redemption 2.
I don't understand what Darkseid was coming out of. I don't understand what that was. I don't know.
I'm guessing because it's the power of the mother box that they're kind of combining. It's like the energy and power is like can translate, but then again, I don't know how that's happening. I don't know how they're able to tune in to the mother boxes once they are ignited. I don't again.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, Infinity Stones, they're very understandable. Power, time,
Right.
mind, soul, like you get what those are about, like what their powers individually are,
Mhm.
and then combined what the idea of that is the complete manipulation of the universe and its mechanisms. Like this is another thing entirely, which I don't think this mother box thing is in the comics. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Mother
but
boxes are in the comics.
yeah, mother boxes are.
Yeah. He's
But I
like,
mean,
from what I understand, he's using them very loosely in here.
loosely. Yeah, exactly. It's like they exist. So therefore I'm going to make my own rules to them, but I'm not going to tell you what the rules are.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's a problem. I mean, they're
They're
just
kind of explaining it now.
yeah, they are kind of doing that right now.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Took them
it's just-
2 hours and 15 minutes to do
but again, it's right now as we're talking. It's like now we're
Right.
getting into it. Let's. Well, I mean, he's kind of found it at this point. That's what it really is. Oh, how did he find it? Because they buried it where bodies can be found. Like it's
it. Wasn't even
dumb.
6 feet.
Yeah.
A rain slide. I mean, like anything would just silly. You couldn't make your production team just stay out there for a couple more hours and dig deeper.
I see. So it's the power of the mother box was able to form and complete what he was already building to bring it to fruition. I mean, that explains Cyborg. It doesn't necessarily explain what the mother box is.
Right.
They are pretty lame MacGuffins.
And honestly, why didn't the mother box make him into a parademon or some form of that from its world?
I'm about like 8 seconds behind you. I just counted because I heard my father on your end, and so I was like, "Oh, when is he going to say my father?" 1, 2, 3, so they're change machines. They give you change. I want that out of Ezra Miller's mouth.
Shut up.
Again, like I just don't buy it. Like this is where it's like Stark versus Banner. You know, they're both very smart and they go back and forth and they argue. They might disagree, but they all have theories about time travel, theories about power and how things work. And they come on different ends, and sometimes they argue theoretically about how these things connect. Ezra Miller, like Barry Allen's supposed to be in this. This is his area.
Yeah.
Like, and I just don't buy Ezra Miller as it. Like, you
I
know,
don't
it's
either.
like
Also too, this whole like everyone says something until the camera's off you, and then the next person picks it up, and then the next person picks it up.
mhm.
I hate that shit.
I mean, they write that specifically. Like
I can tell. Yeah.
I want this shot. How can I organize the dialogue to jump back and forth?
It shows they're all on the same page.
Where have you been for 3 years? Why haven't you
I
seen each
moved.
other in 3 years? Why are you depressed and in your apartment and not doing anything?
Right.
What was it? It was Kevin Costner was
Yep.
Daddy. I like Kevin Costner in that role. Although, I mean, nothing really beats Glenn Ford, does it? Glenn Ford's pretty good, gosh darn good.
Yeah, he is. He's really good. And then somewhere in the middle is the Duke boy,
Yeah.
John Schneider. Did you watch Smallville?
No, I did not. I heard that it was quite good.
I watched bits and pieces. I never really got into it. They were so adamant about not doing certain comic book things that I just didn't want to. I was fine with it. I knew it was a
They really
TV show or
were. I
whatever.
mean, they were very outspoken about avoiding a lot of things.
Mhm.
That didn't necessarily make sense to me, but
Yeah.
whatever. What was it? Is it Tom Cavanaugh? Is that? No, that sounds like a different actor entirely. That sounds like the guy from Ed, which it probably is, and that would be hilarious if he were. um Smallville. I'm like just looking it up just so I can. Tom Welling. It was a Tom though.
Mm.
Tom Welling. Michael Rosenbaum. I remember I met him in a coffee bean once.
That was Lex.
Lex Luthor, yeah. It was from what I saw, like in commercials and such, he seemed engaging enough as a Lex Luthor. Though
Yeah,
I
he was
don't
fine as Lex,
necessarily,
actually.
I don't necessarily buy that they knew each other that early.
No, that doesn't make sense. And then this Lex had a dad too, who was like a more evil Lex in the beginning, which I think is what they were trying to do with this Jesse Eisenberg thing. Was I think he's neurotic because he's trying to live up to his father.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not against the interpretation they went with. It's just it's all a matter of planning and execution. It's like there was no planning
Mm-hmm.
and the execution is shoddy, and that's why it's like all these people clamoring for this Justice League, and they're like, "Oh, it's gotta, we need this. We need this for true to the vision." It's like it's still on a faulty foundation. Like it's not a
Mhm.
good foundation to be on.
What? What?
Oh, I just saw what you were reacting to. Oh dear.
So, a huge member of the Justice League, superpower guy from another planet, comes down because he needs to inform Lois Lane to go back to work.
Yep. Martian Manhunter, that was his duty, if you will.
To like keep the unemployment line moving.
Yeah, I mean he's a bureaucrat, man. He's gotta get the system rolling.
Hands out pamphlets and
By the way, Lois Lane better do something staggeringly important in this movie. If that was included in this movie,
yeah.
that she has to be an essential thing, an entity. Well, we'll see how they live up to that promise, because I highly doubt they will. The boxes were afraid of Superman. Again, I'm gonna ask. Superman wasn't always here, and that fight was a long time ago.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Oh, so it's part 4? So
Part
it's 5?
5.
Oh man. The parts are getting longer though.
They are.
feel.
You got about an hour and a half left. If anybody's watching, leave comments on when you depart or if you're still with us.
Yeah, this is a curiosity to me. I agreed to the self-flagellation of watching this because Zach does me so many favors, and I didn't want him to suffer alone. And I probably was going to watch it at some point out of morbid curiosity anyway, because you're not going to go anywhere post-pandemic, and somebody at some party or hangout is going to be, did you watch the Snyder Cut? Did you watch the Snyder Cut? And then if you say no, they're not going to want to talk to you.
We did it, man. Did you watch it? We did it.
We did it. We got it passed.
Fucking
We bullied
hashtags,
the
man.
hell out of everybody. Toxic masculinity above all. I am fascinated by it. So on equal plane is fandom corrections. You have Justice League, but I feel like they were emboldened by the Sonic the Hedgehog crew, who got it an entire new design and redo on the special effects.
That cost
for
me
a movie.
millions.
It cost millions to redo because they were like, I'm not watching that because that doesn't look like Sonic the Hedgehog, which it didn't. It looked gross.
It did. I know there's like a couple other things now. I accidentally saw one headline that said like fans are now demanding blank and blank being a movie together. But we'll wait until this is done.
Okay, yeah.
Just remind me at the credits. At the credits, we'll give our overall review. And
dude, apparently there's
stretch out.
The movie ends, then there's credits, and then there's 30 more minutes. By the way,
Shut the fuck up.
I'm not kidding you.
Is that included in the 4 hours?
Yes. It's like a 3.5 hour movie with credits. So it's like 320 because credits these days are like 10 minutes, and then 30 minutes epilogue. So just strap yourself in.
What the fuck?
And it has really nothing to do. It's like these alternate realities. It's like the What If series.
Make it a comic. Do it another tie-in. What are you just like killing your fans for? Again, we didn't do this as a live stream just because it is a big commitment to do, and I know some people are going to watch this in parts. So
sure,
again,
yeah.
We're pausing and watching. That might be the way to go. Pause in between chapters here.
All right, this is the most I've been convinced about the intensity of Bruce Wayne, Batman, in that scene. I liked that interaction. Just visually, like you can tell there's emotive sense. Like his expression is serious. It changes. Instead of the whisper, just whisper. Everybody's whispering.
Secondly, like LexCorp, where no one else tried to like dig up Superman's body.
Yeah, I don't get that.
After the death of Superman, Lex, he got this before the death of Superman, I'm pretty sure. But he got a bit of Superman's DNA, and that's how the Superboy clone was made as one of the 4 Supermen. As was included as Shaquille O'Neal's Steel. He's another one of them. The Eradicator and the Cyborg Superman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am a little confused why nobody that Superman's body was in a normal grave. I am a little confused by that. Because I'm sorry. You're not gonna go try and like dig that up?
Right. Some drunken
everybody's gonna try. Dude, like some like homeless guy is gonna be like, I want that. What if I had Superman's body? I could have his powers. I don't know.
Right. Wear his skin or something weird. Oh, you weren't. God, Ezra Miller.
I'm like 8 seconds behind you, so I'm gonna get to exactly what I need. Okay. Dude, I would arrest that guy on the spot. I don't care if his pass worked or not.
Right. One time and that's it. And it's taking you way too long for a military computer when you have like mother box technology. Cyborg's on like dial-up right there.
He is. He was dialing like.
He inserts one of those AOL discs into himself.
And then like he got in, and that's when it clicked. But like he had to dial in. So
Oh, Kyle, speaking of technology, the PlayStation 5, man. Whew.
and I want that thing. I do.
I've been playing the PlayStation 3 for over 12 years. This thing is blowing my damn mind.
Well, I have the 4, and it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, Red Dead Redemption 2 looks fantastic
Oh, I want to play that.
on it. But are you playing Spider-Man? Is that what you're
I'm
doing?
going to wait until our season's done and I'm unemployed because otherwise I'm not going to get anything done. I'm playing Fall Guys in this little game that it comes with. It's actually a decent, fun little game. Lets you know the controllers. You can blow on the controller to make things propel. It's the future.
Really?
It is the
Ooh.
future.
Do they have
yeah,
Assassin's Creed coming out for that, like a new one?
they might. I'm not sure.
I do love Assassin's Creed. I want to play that God of War 4.
That's free with the PlayStation 5 if you sign up for their network. You get that. You get Uncharted 4, which we're going to start up this weekend.
Dude, have you played Uncharted?
5 games. We've played 1, 2, and 3 numerous times, and we just replayed them at the beginning of the pandemic. So we are primed and ready to go for this weekend.
Dude, it's so good. Uncharted is so good.
I love that series. I'm worried about the movie, but I don't care because
they're ruining that. Mark Wahlberg as Sully. Come on.
No.
Come on. That is just nonsense.
This is a movie that they should have gotten relative unknowns.
Yes. Or like an old veteran that hasn't been doing stuff in a long time, like like
Tarantino
Sully.
brings out or something.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I'm having a hard time thinking of one right now.
I know people wanted Nathan Fillion as Drake, but I mean that's too obvious.
At one point in his life, he could have for sure.
Yeah, during part 1 or 2.
Yeah,
but yeah, unknowns would be great. Those games are fantastic. I love them. Favorite superhero video game?
Wait, say that again.
What's your favorite superhero video game?
I really like that Spider-Man game for PS4. The build up to the Sinister Six and
I'm talking. I'm just gonna go grab one of mine really quick.
Oh yeah. Build up to the Sinister Six was pretty darn good. I'm forgetting the newish villain that was in it. Hold on, Spider-Man video game.
I should come more prepared.
This is again relating to the movie. There we go. Super Nintendo, Death of Superman.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Very fun game. It is a bit choppy. It does do the basic Super Nintendo side scroller and other stuff formula, but yeah, it was fun to play. You play as all the 4 Supermen who came after the death of Superman, and Superman comes back, and yeah, fun stuff.
Well, what I was saying is that Spider-Man game, they build up really, really, really nicely with the relationship between him and Dr. Octopus and Dr. Octavius.
Oh.
Like you have like little side missions and like little story points with him as he's slowly dying and like he's trying to figure out, and you don't know that, and it's revealed in the characters. He's like, is there anything I can do? It's like, no, I'm working, and then all of a sudden it's like that technology all builds during your journey and he becomes Dr. Octopus, and and that's when the Sinister Six starts. And like up to that point, you've kind of fought a big storyline in it is Mr. Negative, who Aunt May works for. And so like there's all these like Spider-Man connections, like that personal relationship that he builds, like that's what I find so fascinating about Spider-Man villains, is that he works for them or knows them, or they are people he admires. Lizard's one of them. He works with them, and so I really like the buildup. And then once you get into the full throes of fighting Rhino and Vulture, Electro, Scorpion, and then eventually Dr. Octopus, I mean, it is
pretty well put together. And then they introduce Miles Morales to then come to this PS5 game.
Nice.
And I haven't played it, but I understand it's quite good.
Yeah, Eric and Knock are they love that game.
That's great.
Did you ever read Superior Spider-Man?
No, I haven't. What is
You
that?
should check it out. So Doc Ock kills Spider-Man, and just in time, he switches bodies. Or no, wait, vice versa. Doc Ock dies, and he switches bodies, so he becomes Spider-Man, and Peter Parker goes into Doc Ock's body.
Hmm.
Doc Ock learns some stuff. He learns why Peter Parker is how he is, and it's a really good story. I won't spoil anything for you, but it's fun.
I'll check it out. Oh, there's Kevin Costner fishing in that photo. So, Zach, I know we've been talking through a lot of this, so I might have missed one or two things. I mean, I know generally what's going on, but what was Cyborg's reasoning that Superman needs to be brought back?
I don't know. It was when they're going around the table, it landed on Ezra Miller, and then he said,
I mean, he was
don't make
talking, I
mistakes,
think,
blah, blah, blah.
theoretically, this is what we can do this.
yeah.
But why do we think this is a good idea?
I don't know.
The ship says the mother box is hostile. It can override the security protocols, but there's no time to repair all the electrical damage that Luther's power surges caused to the primary capacitors. There's no charge to wake the box. There's no time to repair all the electrical damage that Luther's power surges caused to the primary capacitors.
So in the comics, when he comes back, it's not as like there. It's
There it is.
like super awesome how he comes back. He just kind of like he's in this like weird dream state, or like he's dead, but then he figures out how to come back and like be in his body. So however they were gonna do it in here, I was fine with, just because in the original how he came back was
Not necessarily explained in a thorough way. I mean, again, you're dealing with otherworldly power and electrical charge and whatnot. Like, you know, for superhero stuff, comic book stuff, this is quite plausible. Like, you know, it makes sense. So it's I don't know. I feel like even in a Marvel movie, there would be more debate about doing this.
Yeah, and I think Marvel does a good job of, for the most part, explaining the science of something.
Sure. Well, and I don't necessarily need that. I'm just saying, what could the repercussions of
Curing death in this way, or bringing back this, especially Batman. I know Batman has like a kind of fealty to Superman in a way because they fought together and they have the same their mothers have the same name. I guess that's what brought them together. But he in the last movie is like, if there's 1% chance that this guy could destroy the world, we have to take that as a certainty, and we need to kill him. We need to take this guy out. I don't know. Like, I just feel like, again, because we're putting so much in, we're rushing through it. We're not. What the? Oh, is he like? Oh, what is this?
I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Oh, is this like what could happen? Yeah, probably.
I mean, I don't know what the hell this is.
it's a dream sequence of some sort. I mean, it's Cyborg, I guess.
Oh, there we go.
It. So they're trying to convince us that Darkseid's a real threat, even though he piddled out.
Yeah.
All right, Cyborg's. I'm guessing this was shot pre-mustache. Yes, it looks pre-mustache. Yeah.
You're gonna get to a shot of Superman that looks like it just came from the game that
Yep.
is coming out, the Suicide Squad game.
Yep.
That was the exact same thing. He has a guy in the hand too. It's like they just took it. I am fine with the Dark Side a little bit more, but he still looks off to me.
But again, like we don't know who he is. We have like no a villain that doesn't talk, like, you know, especially the big bad, like the big bad, like it's not even Steppenwolf, like it's
Yeah.
Steppenwolf's boss.
You know, fucking grab a hot dog.
Yeah, I know. Oof. You're just reminding me of a sequence I wanted to forget. That was awful.
Yeah. I don't. So he now knows how to manipulate time because the box went backwards, the picture went backwards.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then it
he
went
did
forward
that.
again.
He did that.
So he just figured it out. Barely know. Okay. Again,
You
it was a
know,
solo movie.
it's for benefit of the doubt, like, well, and like possible explanation, maybe he wanted it to happen, and because he wanted it to happen, it happened.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know how he did it necessarily. It's not something he can like do.
Kind of
But
like how he gets roles. They just kind of happened. He wanted it. He's not
Yeah,
sure how.
I mean, it's bad. It's a bad explanation.
I really want Richard Pryor to come out. I know he can't, but just to come out and be like, "You're Superman."
Superman 4, The
3.
Quest for Peace. Somebody always reminds me when that comes up that Family Guy did a good joke about it, where it's like, I love it when they, it's interesting when they say the title of the movie in the movie.
Yeah.
And then they cut
They said
to-
it.
Yeah, he goes, well, that's why we need to have Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. And he goes, oh, that's why they call it that.
He's pissed they broke his statue.
He's like, where's my statue? They should
Who
be
the fuck
worshiping
broke
me.
my statue?
Honestly, I prefer Henry Cavill and Mission Impossible Fallout.
I haven't seen past 2.
Oh man, you're missing all the good ones. 2's terrible.
Yeah,
so it's
too many
John Woo,
doves.
unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, this is where John Woo was like, I got these now. Might as well use them.
I got him as a present.
Oof, look at them. They do not look great. Sorry. There's something silly about that. Like, you know, once Snyder's glossy, you know, doomy veneer is gone, like you're just like, meh.
Yeah, again, because it's meant to mask the whatever issues have with the costumes.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, they do a nice job of the coloring with Wonder Woman in '84, and the colors make it pop and look comic-y, which I like. I like comic book movies to have some comic-y shit. It's a terrible shot.
Terrible. It's also stupid. Like, he sensed danger before, right? Why didn't his body malfunction in that way when there were parademons and there were Steppenwolf?
I really wish they would have had the long hair. When he came back in the comics, he had the black suit, the silver S, and he had the long hair.
He should. Your hair still grows a little.
Yeah,
when
and
you're
plus
dead.
he's super, so extra longer.
Extra longer.
Instead, he came back in pajama pants.
I mean, they're already doing bad other costuming stuff. Might as well just have a bad wig. Like, it's fine.
Kal-El, the last son of Odin. Remember who you are.
I mean, again, it's like
Remember who you are.
Wonder Woman going toe to toe with Superman. I mean, that's what we all want to see.
She can fight him.
Yeah, I know, but not. They certainly don't want you to know that here.
I know, which is just annoying.
All right, this was one of my favorite things about the original Justice League. I do like this shot when he looks over at him. I do like that.
Like, he's like, oh no.
Yeah. That's my face when I see his performance.
Yeah, that's true. That's sourness. You're like, why are you in this movie?
So when he dies in the comic by Doomsday, a big part of that is the main Justice League people aren't around to help. It's the lower tier Justice League people that are fighting Doomsday. So then Superman has to go and help too. That's why Superman is basically getting his ass kicked the whole time, because he's dealing with the B team.
Yeah,
Like Guy Gardner and a couple other
that
people.
would make sense.
Why would you shoot bullets at that? They're gonna miss and hit the buildings in the background and kill people.
Yeah. Well, and at this point, don't we know that Superman is like bulletproof? Like, we know this.
It's called Man of Steel.
Like, he's been around, and people are like, "Oh yeah, that's the guy." Like, if you shoot a bullet at him, like, people should know this by now.
Yeah.
Unless these guys are new to the job, I don't know. Oh, poor cop. Oh yeah, good on you, Cyborg.
A pat on the back and he's fine. Martha.
Yeah.
Martha. Yeah, he's got that weird voice thing going on.
Refresh my memory. How much of this was in the original? I mean,
Oh,
like a
this
good
is
portion of
all. This is like all in the original Justice
Okay.
League.
Yeah, I really blocked a lot of that movie out, and I still haven't watched Harley Quinn and the Fantabulous whatever.
Oh my God, that one was insufferable. That's like
Yeah.
an entire movie of Ezra Miller.
What? No.
Like
that
tone.
bad?
It's dude, I couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it. Well, and if you know anything about like Birds of Prey,
Yeah.
oh, what a terrible use of it. They underwrite pretty much the Barbara Gordon's not in it at all.
Really? No Oracle? No nothing?
No Oracle, nothing, not at all. And then the other main gal, Elizabeth Winstead's character, I'm forgetting her name right now.
Canary?
Yeah, she's man. I'm forgetting, man. Again, it's like one of those like I watched, and you're like, I don't want to remember that at all.
Okay.
Huntress.
Huntress,
So
okay.
the other big one, and starts the Birds of Prey. Totally underwritten and misused. Everybody else is just like boring.
Black Mask is the villain. Ewan
Ewan
McGregor.
McGregor, yeah.
And they mishandle that immensely.
Hmm.
I was very disappointed. Black Mask is one of my favorite Batman villains.
Really?
So,
Okay.
yeah, I was not pleased.
How's Rosie Perez?
I love Rosie Perez. She's got that spunky personality. I liked her generally, but again, does not make up for the fact that you're watching a pretty terrible film.
Yeah. She's good in the flight
Um,
attendant on HBO Max.
Deus Ex Loisa. uh,
So that's it.
hey, this is not you working, gal. They told you to get back to work.
Uh,
Martian Manhunter, you're not doing what Martian Manhunter told you to. You're not being distracted by a man yet.
I guess this is her thing. She's the key.
She's the key. I don't get it.
Wait, what did that was in his Batman's nightmare sequence? Didn't he say Lois is the key, or someone say that?
He is visited. Wait, dude. Oh man. Again, I see these movies like once because I have zero interest in watching them again. There is no redeemable revisitation to this stuff. Really, there's not. Unless you like really like the spectacle of it all. But my God, how would you casually watch this one? It's like 3.5 hours plus 30 minutes of an epilogue.
Right.
And most of the fighting is boring. I mean, I guess if it's your thing and you like it, it can be enjoyable. But there's a lot of downtime in this.
There is. It's time when you could be like getting used to the people not even as superheroes.
Oh yeah, you forgot about that box thing that nobody bothered.
Who has it now? Fucking hot potato with this thing.
No, they left it. They just left it. Oh no, there he is. Oh, Joe Morton
Anyone
got
see
it.
my cell phone in my mother box? I thought I had it.
I had this.
If you have the power, just smash your damn axe into the ground and blow everything up and turn it into lava.
Oh, he's gonna hit the car. Oh, okay, no. I thought he was just gonna hit the car out of his way, which I
It's
would
just
have
bad
found
'cause it wasn't
hilarious.
electric.
And then it explodes. I would have laughed. That would have been great.
Uh-oh. This kind of a flashback to Cyberdyne Systems. When
No,
Sarah
oh.
Connor infiltrates.
It's like, oh, the scene, deja vu. It's getting a good sense of deja vu. Right.
Yeah.
This is what happens, man. This is what happens when you develop Skynet. You're gonna resuffer its consequences in your lifetimes.
Yep.
Your cinema lifetimes. That's why he had to do Blues Brothers 2000.
Give me the metal bass. Sounds like a robot Eric Cartman. Give me the metal bass, geez.
I don't recall the voice effect or whatever they did in the original, but you're right, there is something cartoonishly off with Steppenwolf in this one. Oh dear. Well, does he become Dr. Manhattan now?
Who does exist in the DCU? Did you read that latest Watchmen line?
Oh no, I didn't.
He created Superman and everyone.
Interesting.
Yep. A lot of purists don't like that, but that's what they decided to do.
It doesn't make a difference. Like if that, I mean, it's just kind of one of those. It's like that's an interesting possibility.
It was just like randomly saying like a religion was right.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
okay, I guess that's how it came to be.
So that's probably the most we're gonna get at a Cyborg story. But think about this: a Cyborg movie where that happens, and that's like near the end of the movie.
That would have been great.
Great, right?
That would have been like a Thanos.
You have an entire movie of daddy issues and wrestling with the death of your mother. You build up to the death of the mom. First 20 minutes. Rough relationship. He gets rebuilt by his father. He resents his father. It's a wrestling match, and then he has to come to terms with who he is. And then a bad guy is like, and then in order to keep the bad guy from getting the power, which in this one it failed. Like he just killed himself and then the guy took it anyway.
Mhm.
And then he does it and then he sacrifices himself. You have that emotional moment. And I'm not saying it doesn't work here. I'm just saying
It would have been better as a movie, and it was scheduled to be a movie. So I don't know. Just everything got so fluctuated and like moved around before even Justice League came out. I don't know, man. So bad at decisions. But along with your movie too, at the end, have him do stuff during the credits. Like like the robot part recognizes more of the human stuff that he used to do, and
Yeah.
it gets him unmoody. It gets him more into that like Peter Parker more like a lightheartedness. So then that way you don't go into the sequel with a heavy cyborg.
And that was the most acting I think you're going to get out of Ray Fisher in this scene. Is this scene? It's like, yeah, now he's mad. Like, you know, here you go. Yeah. Oh, part 6. Wow, dude. Part 6 seems like, well, no, part 6 is going to be a half hour, and then like I said, there's that half hour end.
Oh man, no one bought the farm yet. Wasn't like 3 years. No one bought it.
No one bought that farm.
Martha has it rigged like a cartoon, like to make it sound like there's ghosts in the house, and no one buys it.
Dude, put on a shirt. It's just, I'm sorry. That's my insecurity coming out. I'm just, what a again. I talked about Momoa being a specimen, but man, Cavill looks like Superman. That's the thing.
He does. He totally does. And Christopher Reeve had it too. And the thing is that Cavill does occasionally when allowed to. He has the thing that Christopher Reeve had a lot of when he smiled, just that hope that he wants to understand humans and be a part of humanity. That's the main part that was missing from Superman from this DC stuff.
Oh man, this whole Lois Lane stuff is bothersome to me. This doughy-eyed, like, I'm gonna just be there for my man, Lois Lane. Like, I don't know. It's just not who I imagine the character to be.
No. Even in The Death of Superman, she was out there because that was her job. It was her job to inform civilians what was going on so they could be protected. She made it a point to say that to Superman, and that's who Lois Lane was. She's always going to be strong, and they're just doing a disservice to a strong character.
I also don't necessarily like this arc that Zack Snyder has conceived, and I think we can blame is it David Goyer, who kind of started this off with Man of Steel. I think he wrote Man of Steel. I think he did
With
Batman v
Nolan's
Superman.
brother too, or did he produce it?
I think he produced it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he might have had a writing credit as well. I know Goyer has, teamed up with the Nolans before. But this like disillusioned, angsty Superman that maybe becomes the symbol of hope that this movie might turn him into, we'll have to see. Oh, again, it's like, I love Jeremy Irons. I think he'd make a great. He has better scenes in Batman v Superman where he's engaging with Batman and he's in his investigation. He's on the other side, and they're really a team. It's like they're inseparable. But God, and here it's like there's more of him in this cut, but again, I don't see much of a purpose for him.
No, he's just a butler.
Yeah, he's just making commentary as the eccentrics make their way into the building. Like,
yeah, he's like our relatability into these gods.
No, you don't know what you'd be up against. You'd have to stay to be yourself. These boxes to together our world destroyers, 1 billion years old. Now get inside you and find your weaknesses and your fears and use them to destroy you.
Just get me in and get me time.
You could die, Victor.
If I don't, we all die. Period. I got nothing left.
Cyborg's costume and the Flash's costume, I think, are a bit too busy for me.
I agree. I think Cyborg looks better in this version. I think they cleaned up the effects just a little bit.
Mhm.
He looked like a matte painting, like a matte painting over his human body. So it didn't look very good. It's funny that you say busy with Flash, because I think I agree because of how it's designed, but the color ain't punching.
No.
Everything's dour and dark and gloomy. There's nothing bright. And if you were really going to give him that Peter Parker personality, where he's the one who thinks like saving the world is kind of fun,
Mhm.
you got to give him some color as well. Like he has to be the
Right.
beaming, bright, opposite of all these disillusioned, damaged people.
Mhm.
Although Wonder Woman's not disillusioned and damaged. So I don't get why she's so dark.
Well, they fix it in her sequel, which is just, again, it's just someone else taking what he's done and just kind of like making it a little more, I don't know, a little more right. Like it's a little more in the right direction of what we want from Wonder Woman, rather than why is everyone so dark and I don't know. It's like when your printer's almost out of one of the toners and like you don't get the right colors.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what the coloring here. And again, when I talked about earlier is that some of the imagery looks better.
Mhm.
But it also has its disadvantages.
Do you know maybe like a rough amount of how much Whedon changed?
I mean, there's clearly a lot left on the cutting room floor. If
Mhm.
this is all that Zack Snyder shot, which this is a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
He really was going for it. And I think executives got, what's the word? Worried. I think they got worried based on the length, the dourness, the fact that things that we're commenting on, that I think they were worried that somebody who doesn't know comic books watching this movie would not necessarily get it.
Mhm.
And so they dumbed it down. They took plot hole, like, that whole sequence of like Steppenwolf getting the last box. I don't think they have Joe Morton's death in the movie, in the original Justice League. I don't think so. I don't
I can't
recall it.
remember.
Again, yeah, this is a problem. It's like they're so unmemorable, these experiences, and they do not necessarily invoke. Don't hug her. That's Martian Manhunter. Sorry, it's not. It's your mom. Don't worry. Yeah, it just doesn't invoke like something in me, and I'd be curious. Like, this. I mean, it's your show. If you want to pitch people to put in the comments, I'm not against people's reasoning for enjoying these movies. Like, I don't want people to think I've been hounding on this, and I think I've been pretty generous, to be honest. Zach knows that I can be pretty relentless in my criticism, and I think I've been pretty fair to this movie, especially the consideration of Zack Snyder's cut. I think it helps that my experience of Justice League was insufferable. I hated it, and that I can sit through this and go, this is fine. Like, this is okay. It's relatively coherent. It's balancing a lot of characters and personalities in a stretched out way. I don't think in a meaningful way. I don't think any of these characters strike any meaning to me. or emotional connection. To be honest, I do not find myself connected to Aquaman and his plight that I don't necessarily know. Like we need another movie for that, which we will get. But you have to keep in consideration that this takes place before that movie, so we don't know anything about him. I don't think Batman is a dour, cynical. He's cynical. Like he is fed up with the world to the point where he wanted to kill Superman last one, and like yeah, that brought him a little bit of hope, and he's gonna get these heroes together, and he's a little, he's determined in some sort of way, a revitalization. But I don't necessarily feel it, and I don't necessarily sympathize with his character. Wonder Woman's probably the most not relatable, but the most of a presence of a symbolism of heroism.
Yeah.
In what I would, and I think it helps because her movie comes before this.
Yeah.
You get an introduction to her, and I think she's relatively okay of a presence in Batman v Superman. But she has her own movie, and she handles that very well. And then you get her in this movie, and you cannot necessarily separate that away. Like she has that symbolism of heroism that she's kind of a pinnacle of it. And so because that was Patty Jenkins did such a good job with her presence in this just is repeating your assumption on that. But this movie though, like Cyborg, yeah, I'll tell you, I think narratively I liked it, but did I emotionally connect to him and his father's plight? No, because I didn't get a whole movie of it.
Right.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
it's a mixed bag here. So far. Somebody texted me today, told me it was awesome. Well, I don't see that. This is not awesome. This is a slog. This is boring. It's dull. It's formulaic. I mean, it's tropish. I mean, all this is that's going on. Oh, the big bad got the things, and he's gonna destroy the world, terraform the world, or whatever, make it an uninhabitable hellhole. I don't know. It's just it's every movie, every bad guy does this. It's been a bad guy thing since like Dr. No in like James Bond. It's been even before that. Like this is like 70 years old, and it doesn't get any more interesting.
It is just like you said, sluggish. It's I don't know how many times I'm just like, just get to the next scene.
Yeah. I mean,
Fight scenes especially.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it really drags it down, to be honest.
That's supposed to be the fun of it, is the fight scenes and seeing the superheroes in actions off the comic books and into our screens.
It really is supposed to be the point.
I mean, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man, the first time we get to see him swinging through New York, that's pretty fucking cool. That's fun.
Yeah, even when the effect, you can rewatch it today, even though the effects are like not up to date. The fact that they knew their limitations and like work within those, it's still great. Like in a because the you're the character you've been with, and it's that release, that release of emotion. You're feeling it, whether or not visually it's like exceptional or not, like or it's a little dated, because back then I don't think anybody cared. I think back then people were like, oh, this looks amazing.
Yeah. You didn't have two jackasses on the internet critiquing it.
Yes.
What a weird difference too. Let's just go back to that point, or if you want to go back to the Tim Burton ones, if you want to go back even further, whatever. But even just to that Spider-Man movie, you didn't have this kind of stuff going on. You didn't have release the Snyder cut. What you got was what you got.
No.
And now people like, look at that. Look at the Sam Raimi. I know this is a different situation. I'm not going to really bring that into it, but like with stuff like Sonic and like other stuff like that, like studios just have to like listen now.
Certainly, yeah. Well, social media age has changed things dramatically.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because Snyder Cut, there might have been people back in the day, say in early 2000s, pre-social media. Like say a Justice League was coming out, and you heard, you got newspaper clippings and you were following it, and you heard that it got botched in the post-production. It got taken from the filmmaker
Mhm.
and reshot and redone. And there might be a rabid fan base who was like, oh man, can you imagine the original, what Justice League could have been? Like, there's a lot of movies that have gone through that. On my season, we talk about Tombstone. Tombstone almost didn't exist. It was supposed to be a 4-hour epic. First half leading up to the OK Corral, and the latter half being the aftermath of the Vendetta ride. And you have that in the 2-hour movie that exists, but holy crap, did they cut it to pieces. And so you don't have like the movie that could have been, that exists in everybody's mind. And who could have been cast? Like when you hear about like Cary Grant being the first choice to play James Bond. I mean, that's interesting. Like it changes your perspective of what could have been. What we're watching right now is a reality of what could have been, like, which is interesting because that rarely comes. I mean, sometimes we get director's cuts, sometimes we get revisions. I mean, Blade Runner is a famous example of the director finally getting control of his product. He didn't want narration in it. He didn't want a lot of the aspects. He wanted to recut it, and he did in the 90s. And Blade Runner became a cult sensation because of that. Like, it found a renewed love because the filmmaker had a love for it. So I mean, it's not uncommon. I should say it is uncommon, but it's not out of the, they exist. Examples exist. I just think this one's an interesting one because to be honest, it's like he bloated the existing product, took out the unnecessary weird deviations of personality, like the here's the shot and you probably already got it, exiting the plane. And then they move in on Batman. What a waste. Stupid. That's what he brought them together. Yeah, I mean, he did kind of he met with some of them.
I mean, he's taking a lot of that credit.
Yeah, I mean, he met with Aquaman, who said no. Wonder Woman he already knew.
Yep.
And
I guess he went to the Flash.
Well, and he did go to the Flash, and Flash said yes. But Cyborg told him, fuck the world. And it was Wonder Woman who talked to him. So, okay.
So you think they're going to take out the family stuff in here?
The family. Oh, I think maybe that would be a huge thing. That would actually get me to like it quite a bit.
Okay.
Wait, can Batman just like shoot his way through this thing?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I think this is their way of undoing the Red Sky in Whedon's version.
Wait, did he just like get through by shooting rockets at? Aren't these like really powerful blocks? I'm confused. I don't know.
I don't know. Judging by this, like I'm assuming Cyborg runs on AA batteries.
Yeah, he probably does. They didn't do the C batteries for him. Like just AA.
Just the AA's.
How? Just rockets? I mean that's the lamest defense system I've ever seen.
That is. I honestly think it's just a retcon for the Joss Whedon Red Sky because it wasn't supposed to be red.
No, but like I think that's how it's done in the original. Like he shoots his way through. I think. Comment if you recall the horror of the original Justice League more than I do.
Oh man, these parademons suck.
And they're just about as effective, and they kind of look like the
the clay men in like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in the 90s. I was like,
Yeah.
what were they called? I forget.
I forgot.
My girlfriend will be so mad at me right now, by the way, because she liked Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. She'd never
Well,
look it
since we
up.
live in the future, so I'll try to look it up. What are they called? Power Rangers Claymen?
Yeah, they're like the putties. They're like silly putty men. I don't know. Snyder, slow motion. Just gotta have that.
Oh, Putty Patrollers.
Are they putty? Putty came to my mind. Putty patrollers.
Not
Hilarious.
David Putty from Seinfeld.
I know.
Talk to people.
I wish I could do an impression of what's his name?
David Putty.
Yeah,
I forgot his real name.
Yeah, he's great. He does Kronk in Emperor's New Groove. I think it's Patrick Warburton.
There we go.
He's great.
So is this town populated
creepy
by anyone other than the family in the original one?
No. There was like nobody but that like family. If they cut that will be a major improvement, and I will give them some credit.
They haven't been in, and I'm pretty sure they would have been in by now.
I think they get saved by the Flash and like Superman. So Superman hasn't entered the equation yet. So who knows?
Just do that because I thought they started out like eating bread and drinking water or whatever.
Here's an interesting another thing. All this stuff is pretty much in the Whedon version. Yeah, all like slow motion and nonsense. But the coloring is way better here. Again, this is going to be a consistent like positive. The action sequences look better. I'm not saying they are better. They're pretty much the same sequences. But they look better.
Mhm.
I mean, isn't that just a rip-off shot from Age of Ultron? Like them in that slow motion pose? But some of the effects don't look good still. Like Momoa on that car does not look like he's actually on that car, and it looks just as bad as Black Panther. Yeah, come at me. Black Panther had terrible visual effects. And it was up for an Oscar. I couldn't believe it. I think it won an Oscar for it.
For
I
visuals?
could be wrong. Yeah, visual effects. It was terrible.
I see flaws in anything with CGI these days. I don't care what movie
Oh
it is.
yeah, that's true. My man.
My man.
There's Momoa.
Hey, if you want to piss off your girlfriend,
Sure.
talk like Aquaman from this movie for a whole day, and just use his lines. Hey, Kyle, you want to go for dinner? My man. Just do that.
Stop saying that. Yeah, all this stuff was, I believe, in the original Justice League. So they kept a lot of the action stuff.
Yeah.
So a lot of people who are saying this movie's better is because they're like, oh, better characterization or whatnot. No, I mean, kind of. Cyborg got a better end of the deal.
Flash looks worse.
Flash
He
comes off
stupid
way
as
worse.
fuck.
I don't need more of him. Like,
Never.
honestly, I don't.
And the only reason I will even like say there's a justification for his Flashpoint movie is if it's to bring in a different Flash and get rid of him. And I'm serious, like have him be part of the Robert Pattinson universe or do something. Just get this one out. If we're doing different universes, Wonder Woman 84 didn't really reference anything from this universe. I doubt Aquaman 2 will.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
My man.
I love it. And yet I don't. Like, man, it's such a if I were in like board meetings, which I probably shouldn't be because they'd kick me out right away. I would never have conceived, like, if you had in that board meeting said, I have an idea for Aquaman, Jason Momoa, I would have been like, what comic book were you reading? Like, what? Jason Momoa? I don't get, like, what are you seeing? Like, I don't get it.
And it's fine because I think everybody understands that Aquaman's kind of silly.
Right, and that kind of got brought to the forefront with Entourage, with James Cameron's Aquaman.
Yes, I remember that. What a weird series, Entourage.
It's Sex in the City without character development.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Because women are far more complicated than men, so no character development for. Hey, you'd think that Alfred might be on the ready, on like the comms or something. But instead, he's fixing a car. He's like, they're off to die, I guess.
Right, like listening to ZZ Top, drinking
So I'm gonna
Budweiser.
fix this car because it's the last thing I want to do before the world ends, just in case they fail.
Well, it's Bruce's Tuesday car, so he might need it next week. It's really busy. Aquaman's is kind of busy too, but I'm fine with it. I don't know how you really justify the Aquaman costume more so than what they did with him.
I mean, obviously, this is a more modern approach, personality, costume, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I'm like against it at all. I'm just saying it's fine. It's not incredible. Again, but you know, maybe he'll really get into it. Like maybe I will be convinced in later iterations, you know, because I thought Chris Hemsworth looked like Thor and was kind of Thor, but I didn't really enjoy his movies until Ragnarok.
I enjoyed him in the Avengers. I liked his movies. I was just like, this. It's a balance, and I think Wonder Woman did it better than Thor. But it's a balance of the mythology to our world.
Yeah. Wonder Woman. Now it's time to use that speed. You're faster than a bullet. Go.
More slow-mo. And it's just so weird because like even the Flash has so much slow-mo.
I know. I mean, his entire thing is like he's moving fast, so the whole thing is in slow-mo.
Mm-hmm. Best version of a fast runner. The Flash here, Quicksilver from Age of Ultron, or Fox's Quicksilver.
I mean, I think the best sequence that I've seen is Evan Peters' Quicksilver in Days of Future Past,
where he has like the drink and he's like,
where he has the drink and it's in the room where they're trying to get out, and then they replicate that for Apocalypse, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't feel the stakes in these fights.
No.
I don't at all. Like, okay, they're pulling him down. Is it gonna do anything? Like, okay, bang. Oh, but he's back up immediately. Like, I don't know. There's just nothing.
Your mother, Martha.
I mean, okay. Get at her heart, liar. Yeah, I mean, I guess.
And then what's Flash doing? Is he just
I think he's creating a
diversion for that gun?
No, like a force around it. I think it's gonna be he's building up power. I forget.
Did this happen in the movie? In the original?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
I really don't remember that movie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Superman shows up.
Did he have the black suit on in that one too?
No, I think that is a change here.
Okay.
I think I'd have to go back, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't black.
I'm almost positive it wasn't.
Again, they probably were like, no, don't make it black. It's already dark and gloomy. We probably won't be able to see him.
How much did the original? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's like Steppenwolf just knocked these heroes around, and now Superman's just knocking him around. It's like, okay, so the Justice League is Superman.
Right.
This is nonsense. Like, well, okay, are they going to join in the fight? But I don't know. Like, it's because of Superman now they're able to knock him around.
Right. The main guy who everyone relies on is the guy we're not going to give a second movie to.
They're now doing the cheap shots. Like, they're the one. Like, it's like your buddy gets into a fight and starts winning, and then you're like, he's winning. Let's also punch the dude down. Like, it's
right.
That's what it's like right now.
Yeah, good. And he's dead.
you want him to be dead.
That would be great. End the movie right there. The Zach Protzman cut.
Zach Protzman. I mean, here's the thing. This is what should have been done in editing. They should have been losing the fight when Ezra Miller gets hit, so that there's a sense of like, oh no, everything's going wrong. But Superman's just wailing on this guy while that's happening. It's like,
Right.
Okay, so
Oh, her on the right. I think she's going to be in that New Gods movie. I forgot her name. Bertha? Or I can't remember.
uh-huh. Wait, so I mean, how did Steppenwolf get to Earth? Can't they just do the same thing Steppenwolf did? They
It was
need
a
the portal?
Uber X.
Yeah, Uber X.
What? What? Come on. What?
I think they have eliminated the family, Zach.
Which is good.
100%.
It was so cheesy and out of place. Like they're the only ones who live there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I wouldn't mind living in a town where no one else is.
Wait, how did he heal himself?
Exactly. Maybe it's the power of hot dogs. I don't know.
The power of hot dogs.
As long as they're kosher, he can heal himself. What? Shut up.
I'm just gonna say this for the last time. The 4x3 sucks. I do not understand the choice to preserve his vision. I just
We already figured it out. It's a choice made to preserve an image, which means to not make everything look cheaper than it is for the new
Yeah.
stuff added. Because
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, I've watched enough 4K stuff on HBO Max. This is not in 4K.
No.
So, I mean, things are done for a reason. Again, smoke and mirrors to hide some things.
Okay, so they introduce this is the fulfillment of the thing he learned how to do. Was he was able to turn back time, which is again, this is the
The way they're doing it, they are reaching for the assumption, he's tapping into the Speed Force.
yeah.
And again, more daddy issues with him.
They all do. They all do.
It's
Well,
like
except for Wonder Woman.
It's like an early 2000s metal band.
Oh, so everybody got annihilated from that, even Superman? Oh, okay.
Man, it's jumping around, man. I mean, again, tapping into that kind of power and like really understanding it in his own movie could be something really profound. I think it works here, though. I think it
I
works.
mean, I guess it's fine. Under pressure, you just kind of tap into different things and
Yeah.
try to figure things out on the fly. And I don't know what all this is now.
I think it's like a defense mechanism maybe on this, like these boxes. Because like when was the first time he tapped into this kind of dream?
You're right.
Yeah, where he was holding the box. So is it a defense mechanism? Is it like making him see something?
Yeah, I think it is. So it's like, since he is part of it, it knows to fuck with his mind.
Yeah.
It knows what to say. Okay.
Well, I will say this is better, but again, better because like Superman like saves the family with the Flash, and like Superman's really the key element of like winning.
Mhm.
The fact that he and Cyborg had to do that together, that is teamwork, and it's nice. But the fact that you needed Superman, I think it would have been nicer if like Wonder Woman had to step in and do the thing. Show you that.
And this end scene is kind of redeeming the team quality.
And they really ramped up the violence, man. And again, it's not a complaint. I'm just like, I'm surprised how bloody it is. Like, Superman's body and all that, like coming back together. All right, is Darkseid gonna say something? Please be badass. Say something badass. Say it.
Say it, you prick.
I want to hear something badass. God damn it! You missed your opportunity. Yeah, I mean, underwhelming.
Yeah, honestly, give the guy a brow. Give the guy a brow, a bigger jaw. I know it kind of looks like Thanos, but I mean, the defining characteristics of him, he's not that tall. I mean,
He
he's tall, but
already
he's more
does look like
stocky.
Thanos. It's like
He
might
looks
as well
more
just
like Thanos now.
yeah.
You did
Yeah.
not climb up all that way, Batman.
A friendship anew. Batman and Superman. They're all gonna be up there. Gonna get our group shot.
Where's Aquaman? There he is.
Come on, yeah, get the group shot.
There we are.
Low angle. Shows power. Unity. God, that 4-3 doesn't do it much good.
Neither does this low
Tried
definition.
and barely into this shot. Ah, man.
Ugh.
Man, it's like essentially the same movie. It's just a matter of eliminating some bad details, such as the family, such as some goofy humor with like Batman. But well, you know, it's like, and then they add the, you know, Snyder's added his own, you know, stuff that he shot and makes some of it better. I don't know. Like the Cyborg stuff is not bad. It's just I want my own movie of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like
I don't know. Oh, here we go. Epilogue. I don't know what that's gonna be. I don't know. That whole thing though. It's just like stuffed with these overwrought action sequences, man. And they're not, none of them are very good.
No.
Like again, I didn't feel any real stakes in it. Like, you know, especially Superman coming into the equation, just pounding on this guy. I mean, obviously, them lose. It's essentially kind of like an Infinity War moment. They lose, like it blows up, and then the Flash is able to reverse it.
Nothing's really memorable though from them using their powers.
No, it's. I mean, it's this. The whole thing is solemn and joyless in a lot of ways, and I understand why the studio wanted a bit of humor, especially because you know, I'm not saying that there's no room for like a serious reflection on superheroes. It's just this is not Watchmen, man. This is still
Right.
Marvel-esque material. This is this is supposed to be like a more serious, maybe darker version of Marvel, but it's still like on the same level. Like you can dress it up however you want, but it still has the same implications.
And William Dafoe has beautiful hair.
I don't think it's real. Is it?
I
Did
don't
he
know.
grow
I
out his
just, I
hair?
just think it was just.
You just like it. I
glowing
mean,
and-
it's luxurious. for
It
sure.
is.
There.
Little leave-in conditioner. He's set.
I mean, what's the thing about
Bye.
this?
Bye. You're not going to be in the sequel.
Bye bye.
Bye.
I mean,
he's got a drink.
what? I mean, the visual effects are mildly improved, but they still come off fake in a lot of ways. I think the plot is a little more coherent, although there are a lot of puzzling moments. But man, is it?
Yeah, it's not enough good stuff put in to make me go wow over this.
Oh, I do want to meet the person who went wow over this. I really do, because this is not wow. I'm sorry. This is not wow by any means. There is no character revelation or development that is substantial. There is no action set piece that is remarkable.
No.
There is no interaction or dialogue moment that is recognizable. I find it over redundant. I find it repetitive. Billy Crudup.
He's like, I'll stay in prison. I don't want to be around you.
Yeah, I don't want this.
His foot's in the door.
Ugh. I gotta go, Dad. It's hot dog night. Man.
I gotta go.
Save a woman and then let the car crash into other things.
Are you moving in with her? I'm rich. I bought the. That's probably an original.
I'm sorry, like Superman could probably take care of this house issue on his own. like I really do. I do believe he could,
Yeah.
but
So I guess it's setting up for the potential individual movies that were supposed to happen, and then the eventual final Justice League movie.
Oh, so yeah. This, I mean, again, they fractured it. They well, no, that's what I mean is that they should have fractured it up into separate storylines to build up. Then they can separate again, like this, like weaving in and out, this ebb and flow.
Mm-hmm.
What is this monstrosity that Batman had?
He's gonna go clean
What
the
is that?
city.
The Bat bulldozer, the Bat dozer.
Technically, though, in the original plan, wasn't Justice League 2 the next movie to come out in the lineup?
I bet you in the original plan it was. I don't think they really had a plan. Like, there is nothing about DC that's like, oh, we had a plan all along, or we had a plan emerging. They had no idea. They were still flailing. They're still flailing. It's really embarrassing. Like, there's a template out there for you to follow, and you could do it. Hey, by the way, Clark Kent's back. Where did he go?
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I just need some me time. Sorry, Barry. By the way, loved you in Ant-Man too. Okay, here we go. This is. Oh no, this was in the original, right?
No, I think all this is not. Wait, I think it is, because this is Luthor, right? He's bald now.
Hey, leave his hair out of it. Has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, again, the baldness is not what defines Luthor. That's not his character.
I really did want to see a proper Lex in the movies, though.
That's true.
I thought Superman Returns was an atrocity. I hated that movie so much. Why are you trying to make a part? Was it 3 technically, or 2 to Donner's?
Yeah.
Like, just watch them on your own time and make your own movie. I don't like Bryan Singer, period. But I mean, you got the usual suspects out of them. That's pretty much all we needed.
Well, that's not Luthor. It's just an insane man.
What was the post-credits scene in this? Was it the yacht?
That's a good. I remember the Superman and the Flash like having a race off.
That was weird, actually. But that was it like mustache CGI?
It was, yeah, because it was not everything that's in this Snyder shot.
Okay.
There is no Whedon stuff apparently. And so Whedon used a lot of this obviously to construct his film, and he filled in the blanks with some weird sequences.
Right. Yes, this was in the original.
Yes, I want to say
I
yes,
want to
dude.
say it was daytime though.
Could be.
Yeah, there's daylight on his face.
Oh yeah, is that Deadshot?
I was just celebrating God's return out of the ground and back up into the sky.
Deathstroke.
Deathstroke. Thank you. Yeah, Deadshot is different.
Helped me find some much
That's Will Smith.
Mhm.
volunteers.
Deathstroke is different. Yeah.
While pro bono work. Yes. You're your rat, Mr. Wilson. No, I wouldn't think of it.
Wade Wilson. Who came first, him or Deadpool? Him, right? And then Deadpool was the counter.
I think so. I think you're correct in that. Because Deadpool is a pretty recent, relatively recent creation.
Yeah, like 91 or something.
Yeah.
So that line right there. Now the article I read is just like the amount of tweets going out now that everyone wants a Batman Deathstroke.
Well, that was the plan. That was Matt Reeves' Batman with Ben Affleck. Ben
Yep.
Affleck got out, and I don't blame him, dude. I don't blame him, dude. You know, we're talking a lot on like the show. We're getting into the Bond franchise. You know, George Lazenby comes on to take over for Connery in '69 to do On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and after the movie was done, he was offered $1 million under the table in a 7-picture deal, and he looked at them and said no, because the terms were unfavorable to his sanity. And there's just something so relatable about that. Like, we all, you know, I'm sure a lot of us dream to have that kind of money, the kind of riches that are at our that are unimaginable in a lot of terms, and that you'd be stupid to pass it up. But you know, money does not necessarily bring happiness or freedom, or and sometimes it brings even more problems. And he saw that. Lazenby saw that. So it's interesting to put that in a frame of reference, because I think Ben Affleck also was like, no, this is too much. I want to direct Batman. He wanted to direct one, and then he wanted to do it. It was just too much, and I don't blame him. It's that picture of him, you know, smoking. You
Yeah.
know? Well, they brought Amber Heard. Watch out. Get caught up in a domestic.
So this is supposed to be the extension of his nightmare sequence from Batman vs Superman.
I guess.
Or it's a. So Deathstroke's with them, I guess.
I guess. Yeah, here we go.
Contraire, my little fisting. Au contraire, my little fisting. He knows exactly what it's like to lose someone he loves. You know, like
I guess, you know, someone he loved is Robin, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
isn't that right?
This is my least favorite interpretation of Joker is Jared Leto.
I agree.
Because how many can die in your arms before you get going to bed? That smelly old flounder is right. That's not very careful. Because how many can die in your arms before you get going to bed? If only one is not very careful. How many can die?
Again, we went through a 3.5-hour movie, so all of this is just exhausting. This is just like, I don't care.
Who's gonna give you a reach on?
What?
I'm your best friend. Besides, you need me. Who's gonna give you
That was a weird dialogue exchange.
That was. I think that's from the Whedon cut.
It was something he tested out on some of the actresses.
I often wonder, how many alternate timelines do you destroy the world? Because I often wonder, you don't have to call me. How many alternate timelines do you destroy the world? Because frankly, you don't have as usual.
You're bringing in alternate timeline nonsense into this already.
Yep.
Ah.
As usual, I'll be the bearer of
His
Why
laugh
is
sounds
he-
like farts or like balloon farts.
He also is doing a pseudo rendition on Heath Ledger here. This is not the Leto we saw in Suicide Squad at
No.
all.
No, it's not. This is, again, he listened to the internet and now is coming back with something else.
Oh, another F-bomb, man.
Yeah. It's that R rating.
I mean, I think it's God. It's only like 2 F-bombs so far, but it's that blood, man. It's just the blood strewn throughout the entire movie, like throwing that Atlantean into the rock. There's just blood all over the back, like his back exploded in blood. Like it's just.
My back's gonna explode in blood. Fucking get to the end.
I know this is. So I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings, but when you watch Return of the King, those several endings get a little, a little tiring. Especially now that you've succeeded, you've had the exasperation. It comes off as an epilogue, but here's the thing: Justice League ain't fucking Lord of the Rings, man.
It's
like
not.
this is just.
It's the
This
Hobbit.
is just unnecessary. It's the Hobbit. It's very, very apropos. Man, all this stuff is just for people to masturbate to, the Snyder fans.
It is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Leto. Bad Superman. Okay.
Which we already saw, so this isn't anything like. Yeah, that's the dreams you have on burrito night, Bruce.
Dude, see a psychiatrist, Bruce. I think it's time.
Right, Jesus.
It's been years. Like after your parents, you should have gone to a psychiatrist, and then all of this you probably wouldn't have been Batman.
And you wouldn't keep inviting little boys to dress up in little undies and fight crime.
Yeah.
Come fight crime with me.
Yes.
Hey, your parents were killed. You're all alone. Sounds hot. Live with me.
I relate to that.
I dig it. Okay.
I help you. I'm sure you know Darkseid is not finished. Anti-life equation is here somewhere. We have to find it before he does. Darkseid is not finished. There's a war coming. Anti-life here now. Is here somewhere. Darkseid. You have to worry again. Come by means. There's a war coming. You take a new form. I'm here now. Like you. I realized I had a stake in this world. It's time I started fighting for it. I realized I had a stake in this world. Time I started fighting.
Bruce is like, man.
I never thought
Eh. I do like Harry Lennox, the actor who is playing Martian Manhunter.
Mhm. His name is really weird when he says it.
Yeah, that
Call
was
me
incredibly
Zach,
unnecessary.
baseball card collector.
Oh, by the way, some people call me. We didn't need that. That was cheesy. That was. It's like up to that point, I was like, I like Harry Lennox. I like Martian Manhunter. He's doing a fine job. They call me Martian Manhunter. I'm like, oh well, no, you ruined it. No,
Right.
you just. I don't need that scene entirely.
Credits.
Is it the end?
For
It sounds
Autumn?
like the music sounds
Oh,
like
that's
the
kind
end.
of sad. Yeah, that's sad. Tribute.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. That's
We got
it.
credits.
Yeah. Well, Zach, I guess yeah, we did it.
We did it.
4 hours 2 minutes, man.
Yeah. If you made it with us, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Again, leave any kind of comments you want in the comments, especially your thoughts on the movie, any comics, especially DC comics that we should get into, and also any massage parlors you recommend, because this was a lot.
Yeah, I did not have my fight or flight moment. Maybe it's because I was like relaxed here in a chair, and I had my Slurpee here, and I was talking with you, like we were able to, expel some of like maybe our inner because when you watch a movie in a movie theater, obviously it's very different. Like you're very internalized, you're very personal, you're quiet, and you have to take everything. And so with this, it's like we got to expel a lot of frustration or nonsense out of ourselves. And it's not to be fair to it, not a had I seen this movie in the theaters, which by the way, that's now I'm getting into like a different kind of consideration, because if I went into the movie and it was a 4-hour movie, that's an entirely different mindset to go into a theater to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think by intermission, I might have left. I might have left by intermission.
I might have too. I don't know if I even would have attempted to watch this in the theater.
That would be a lot. That kind of expectation that you have, especially with this epilogue thing, it wasn't 30 minutes. It was about 20 plus the credits.
Yeah.
20 extra minutes on that after you've exhausted us with spectacle, with effects, with drowning us in exposition and back and forth. I mean, there's a lot to put you through in this movie.
Is. What's your overall grade?
Trying to think back, I think I actually did a write-up. No, I don't. No, I did a podcast on Justice League back in the day, a different podcast show. Well, for sure, that one was a D minus. Like, I don't think I give things an F. Like, I think D minus, like D minus. Like, it's a failure. It's a failure. This one is like C territory, man. Like at best, because I have to give it a little credit that it improved some things that made it a D. Like it improved some storylines, it improved some of the flow. Like even though it's stretched out and long, the flow of events and how they pieced it all together makes sense to me. And narratively is more coherent. But the storyline is still bad. I think a lot of the acting is dour and inexpressive. I don't know. I'm a little tired now. We've gone through 4 hours. and the MacGuffins, the side plots, they're all just exhausting. And so, and there's nothing really redemptive at the soul, the spirit of it. I don't know. And it just has this weird problem with putting Superman on a pedestal,
Yeah.
which again, I think Superman is a great hero, should be a leader of the Justice League in a lot of ways. But people can go toe to toe with him. So this slanting of power does the entire thing a disservice. They do all these communities a disservice. The Amazonians, the Atlanteans, they are throwing them under the proverbial bus. Really, is it for the sake of propelling a story forward and showcasing power, where it's slanted in a direction that is in the storyteller's favor and not necessarily in the kind of context of character here. So C at best, but it's still it's a slog. There's a lot, and it's not necessarily contemplative. This is no adult theme. Like when we talk about the difference between like a B movie Western where it's like spectacle, romantic, like Shane, it's like good guy versus bad guy kind of thing. Versus an adult Western, like say one you and I did, like Oxbow Incident, where it's like really digging in. What is the assumptions of the West and the law and order, or the lack of that, of which that propels people into mob-like states, or like, and it's really asking a question. I'm not saying that's the most contemplative Western out there. I'm not saying it's the most contemplative film out there. But that's what, if you want to make adult content, and the closest thing superhero-wise that's coming to it is The Boys. But they also make some missteps. They do some current event kind of stuff that makes it that makes it a little. They will make it dated when you move forward. But to really ask the question, what's at the assumption of heroes and their abilities and how they operate in a modern, like kind of corporatized world, that's asking better questions than this movie. This movie is just the same story. Heroes need to come together to beat a world-ending event. And that's the typical story. It's the same story. And if you're going to do the same story, you better have a lot of personality. You better have a lot of flair. You better have a lot of general differentiations that make it entertaining. And this doesn't have it. Nobody is personable. Their personalities are not necessarily existent. You get a little, Momoa comes out a little bit near the end, the my man, and all that. Ezra Miller has too much, and yet we talked about that, where it's just like kind of a blank face while he's manic and weird. So everything's kind of failing in this. In a lot of ways, it stands on faulty foundation, and it's a frustrating watch still, but not as frustrating as the Whedon cut for sure.
Definitely.
What about you? How did you feel?
I mean, definitely better than the Whedon cut. It is what it was. This I give maybe a C plus, just because I do give him a lot of credit for going back to this. If you're going back to something when something very traumatic happened to you, he still pulled this off again in the pandemic era as well. I'll give him and his crew a whole lot of credit for it. But if I'm just going to grade the movie, I will grade it as a C. It is a story now. But the blandness of the characters, the blandness of the fights just really don't give it a big oomph for me. You got Watchmen, which, like you talked about, is basically the summation of what superheroes are in society. The Boys does another version of that. Both versions don't exist without DC and Marvel comics, because those were the blueprints. You can see a lot of iterations from Superman and Batman in Watchmen and in The Boys. But since Watchmen is the pinnacle, you covered Watchmen. It states what superheroes are in society. You need to focus more on the characters, and this movie fails to do that. It needs to show Superman being optimistic, Wonder Woman being loving, and all this other stuff, and that's where it failed. So again, it's just a better, complete version of the other movie. So it's just a C. I don't feel the joy I got when reading these comics as kids.
Oh yeah, I mean, if joy is what you're looking for, I mean, this movie's joyless. I mean, in a lot of ways. That That's a whole conversation in its own, Zach. Something
Yeah.
that we'd have to dig deep into what happened in Zack Snyder's life to make him hate comic books. To, like, love them but like hate them at the same time.
Yep.
It's very strange. It's a very strange dissonance of experience because it's supposed to be something fun and you just don't feel it.
Right. But doing this with you was fun, Kyle. I do appreciate you doing this, suffering through this. I know it was a lot, but if anyone watched this, thank you so much for watching this. Again, leave comments.
Yeah, bless your heart. Like,
Yeah.
if you got through this whole thing, I don't understand you, but this was it's so bizarre. I mean, 4 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we made it more durable, more
Hopefully.
fun. I don't know.
But again, thank you, Kyle Bruehl from I Know Movies and You Don't. The new season, Manifest Destiny, is starting up now. Any last words, Kyle?
No, just thanks for having me. I was gonna watch it anyway, and this made it a better experience to get it out of me and sift through it. So it
I
helped.
agree. Well, I had a lot of fun doing this. Thank you all for tuning in. If you did tune in, keep watching the networks to find I Know Movies and You Don't. Keep watching us online here with the West Coast Popcast and everything else. We will be doing a lot of live streaming during WrestleMania week, so we hope to see you then. Leave comments. We love getting back to you. And again, thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed this. And yeah, go stretch out. Take care. Thanks.